Thank you, Sam. Karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Constance Mwahunga. I'm the head of finance and admin. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much, Constance. Karibu.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pauline Gimwa. I head professional development and training program. It's nice to reconnect with some faces and friends I made in Lusaka last year, and also to see new faces. So in Kenya we say karibuni sana, and we're looking forward to a very engaging 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pauline.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Charles Nyaga, Senior Finance Officer at Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Kabari. I also work at PASGA in charge of knowledge management and communication. I'm happy to see all of you, and Karibu Kenya.
Asante sana, Elijah. Mercy, before you introduce yourself, give the mic to Martina. Martina is also one of us. She's assisting with other tasks. Martina, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Martina Alai. Yes, I am a baby of Pasca. They have made me who I am. So I am always happy to support when called upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martina. Mercy.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I made sure you had breakfast, so you should be happy. And Karibuni sana. My name is Mercy Limiri. I work at PASGA. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much, Mercy. The people who have only left are videographers. Videographer, wave for us, led by Faraji. Thank you so much. Karibuni sana. We will get to introduce the rest as we move on because we are running out of time. I'll go straight away to, Faraji put for me the presentation, straight away to just 3 minutes of background and objectives of this.
Jim,
yes.
One more person.
Oh, that is Kennedy.
Okay, so my name is Kennedy Saini from Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. From Zambia, that is UHCA, Universal Health Coverage House. Faraji? where it involves a lot of activities of identifying, of mapping, of bringing all those people together into the house. We normally call them community research, policy, community of practice, to interact and to generate evidence. So that is why we always refer to our Utafiti Sera as houses. So one of the definition, one of the conceptualization of house is a process. Two, we also conceptualize house as a place that provide the safe space for these key stakeholders to interact. Now this is a space where we are. So this is an house. That is why we also call it a house. Then three is a forum. So it is a forum because it is non-partisan. We bring everybody together from all different backgrounds, but we don't want it to be political. We want it to be a non-partisan platform for sharing knowledge and engage in order to build those bridges. Remember, when we bring these people together, they come with strong belief from their respective organizations, but in the Utafiti Sera, we'll ensure that those interests melt and we have a common interest for the house. And finally, as a vehicle, which is just a pathway or a transmission belt to convey or to channel the shared knowledge that has been generated. So we normally refer to house to mean all those four things: a process, a place, a forum, and a vehicle. Next. Yes, why are we here today? So with all this, we have been having our Utafiti Sera houses. This is the fourth phase. We have had first phase, second phase, some join us in third, some join us in fourth. But in every phase, we normally have 2 inter-house convenings. So the last one was last year, which was held in Zambia. And then for this year, we are having it here in Mombasa. And I've also said this is the first time we have opened it up so that we can bring non-members who are not part of us to also understand our work. So we basically bring all our members just to share the successes, the milestones, the great stories that the houses have achieved. We do this to ensure that we also have cross-learning and the synergy between all the houses to enhance the culture of evidence-informed decision-making, because that is why Utafiti Sera was conceptualized. And also we want to explore very great potential strategies for policy uptake. We have generated evidence. How do we uptake this evidence? What are the potential strategies that we are going to use? So as all of us today, we will ensure that we have a deliberation on that and settle on the best potential strategies, or what we call effective strategies. And finally, our policy culture team have also done the study, and we want them to share with us the findings. We want to give it a critical, we want to critique it so that we also have something that when we present outside there, we will be proud of that. We decided that because policy culture is domiciled in all the houses. So we'll be very happy to hear what the houses are saying about the findings. How can we make them better? How can we improve them? We are here with our scholars who will help us refine those findings in a way that is acceptable. Next, I think that should be the end of it. That's why we are here. I want to wish us a very good discussion for the 3 days. I hope it will be invigorating as always. And let's discuss, let's engage. I always tell my people, even when you don't have a point, but you see somebody raising his hand and it's in the back, please raise and say, so-and-so is raising his hand, but we can't see him, so that we can all engage. Thank you so much. I want to call upon now Dr. Sam Ohando to come and give us his remarks before we can go to session 2. Karibu sana Bwana Sam.
Good morning, everyone. At least after introductions, now we know how best we are here. So if you see some mistakes happening here, we know who taught them the mistakes. Is that true? And we will not now subject whoever made the mistake to any kind of interrogation. We will, in fact, interrogate the source. So welcome. And I want to take this opportunity to convey the greetings from our executive director, who is not with us today. He will join us tomorrow. And he really appreciates being here. And so while he is away, we have an acting executive director who should be inviting you and welcoming you officially. So I would want to invite Constance to say some good greetings and officially open this workshop before we can say anything. Na ataongea kwa Kiswahili. So those of you who are from Fatai's land, you must learn some Kiswahili.
Nimeambiwa niongee Kiswahili. So, good morning once again. Habari ya asubuhi to the ones wanaongea Kiswahili. Salam alaikum kwa wale. Yeah, to those that are our brothers, our Muslim brothers and sisters, salam alaikum. So my name is Constance Mwahunga. Just as I've introduced myself, I'm the head of finance and administration at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. On behalf of our executive director, Prof. Adel Ndiame, who is away in Senegal, and he'll be arriving today. So he can only join us tomorrow. He's been attending the African Food System Summit 2025 in Senegal. This summit was very important to all of us because it was discussing about the food systems in Africa. One of our Utafiti Sera houses here, I think you can see it, it's about food systems transformation. We also have Kabe, who also deal with issues concerning food under the youth employment and agribusiness. So we take issues and matters of food very serious as well at PASCAR, because when the stomach is empty, then even as researchers, the house cannot be sustained if people are hungry. And so food are matters of the soul when it comes to the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. I have no many words, so mine is to welcome all of you. We are very grateful for the journey we have walked with you, for the houses that we did start with back in 2016, and even to our newest houses, the food systems, and the universal health coverage house that really joined us, I think last year but one. You've been a great team to us. We are gathered here as the second Utafiti Sera house for this fourth phase of our project. We appreciate your coming. We do understand you had very busy schedules at your places of work. And also to our other stakeholders, the policy culture team that has also joined us to share experiences of our culture across the many countries that we do undertake our research as PASCAR. Thank you for joining us today. Of course, you're going to be presenting your your findings, the findings of the study, the recommendations, and as a team, we call upon all of us to interrogate this report, to interrogate these findings and recommendations so that then we can inform our next phase of this project. Phil at Mombasa, the weather is very conducive. It's not as hot as previous periods, so enjoy yourselves. Let's engage, let's purpose to make this conference and this convening a very fruitful one, not just as far as the researchers, the actors, but also as social human beings. Let's interact, let's engage, let's network, let's exchange our contacts so that by the time we are leaving here on the 12th, many of us will have become friends. Many of us will have become colleagues. It's a house. So for those who are joining us for the first time, the partnership, and we emphasize on the name, the partnership, really means a lot for us. So anybody coming to our space, they become a partner immediately. So if you are here joining us probably for the past few months, or you are joining us today, just know you've already been welcomed into this house, and so you will be working with us in the journey of evidence-informed decision making. So asanteni sana. Feel at Pasgar, feel in Mombasa, enjoy the weather, enjoy the networking, enjoy the convening, and let's make it a very wonderful convening for all of us. Thank you, and karibuni. I now declare the convening opened.
Thank you, Constance. So very briefly again, let me welcome you once again. And now that we have been allowed to proceed with this workshop, I want to ask that you feel very free and try to know your neighbors, and let's share very generously. I don't know whether that presentation is ready, but I'll make a very short presentation here just to talk about what we do at PASGA and perhaps what we might expect during this workshop and beyond. This is just an addition to already what Jim shared with us as the objectives for this workshop. And so starting with whom we are as PASGA, I wanted to let you know that our vision at PASGA is to promote a vibrant African community of practice in social and governance research to inform public policy at continental level. And so we are here to share our experiences from practice, from academia, and from the policy perspective to see where we are, what we engage with, what we've learned, and where we are heading to. As PASGA, we have two key program areas. The first one is research, where we have partnerships with lots of principal investigators, and also we work with subject area experts or partner organizations. So our principal investigators lead different programs in different countries, and also we have consultancy teams like the one which conducted for us the policy culture study. We also have partnerships with government agencies and regional organizations under this component of research, but there is a lot of intersection. The next one is capacity strengthening program area, where we partner a lot with our universities and think tanks that are working on similar areas of research and focus on public policy. For universities, we work with individual scholars, we work with students, and also we work with the young scholars through the mentorship programs. And also we have PhD and master's programs that we support in partnership with other actors in the development community. The problem that we seek to address for the continent, what is it that we as PASGA are working towards? Next slide. So as we work to fulfill the social governance evidence gap, the main aim is to see how we get a link to inform decision making in the policy, public policy ecosystem. And so through this, or in this, we do deepening of capacity for generating evidence. We also seek to have adequate and relevant evidence for decision making by policy actors. And also we reflect more robustly on the African development space for uptake of research evidence. Now, what does this mean to us? We appreciate that we have researchers in the house. We appreciate that a lot of research has been done, and we also appreciate that still a lot of work is going on. But just like in practice, you'll realize that when the universities are seated somewhere, they will be really having their controlled process of research that starts from the title, the objective, the research questions, the theory. By the time they finish and have the conclusion, the policy actors are left behind. And the supervisor will have changed even the idea of the researcher. Now, that is a struggle within the academic sector. And so we have a lot of theses that are in the drawers that are bound according to the form and content of the university, but just in the shelves of most of our professors. On the other end, we have practitioners who want quick things. We want evaluation report, baseline survey, we do action and move forward. At the end of it, no one can sometimes find even content in those kind of reports to make reference in the academics. But practitioners always want results. They start from the results backwards. And so some of the studies that should take even a year may take 1 month because we want to have it done. Then now we have the other aspect of public policy actors who are also controlled by the bureaucracy. And most of the time they're given reports that have been done. And so they are subject of study. So PASGA comes to, in this nexus, to put a single platform where all voices and sharing of experiences can take place, and that is what Jimos shared with us as Utafiti Sera. We will delve in it, I think, tomorrow. And so we want everybody here to come to the same table so then we see how to co-develop, co-produce in the process of solving this problem for Africa. So that brings us to our strategy that ties very closely to our strategic pillars, which focus on strengthening research capacity, generating evidence, and uptake. And then this is underscored by our Utafiti Sera model or framework, which we will be sharing much later. Then what is PASGA's approach now to all these, or to ensure that this strategy works? The first approach of PASGA comes from our own name. That is team building. The first name of PASGA is partnership. Then you look for all many other statements, but now partnership. So we have a strategy of building partnerships with individuals, with institutions, and with governments, so that everything that we are doing is co-produced, co-owned, relevant, and also futuristic. And so we start with building trust and creating psychological safety for our team members. So if you find like you are really not comfortable where you are, please, we will be very sorry. But for the sake of this event alone, just ask your neighbor, are you okay, please? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, whichever answer they gave you, we aim to promote our shared vision. We aim to promote our shared vision, our team building, and teamwork. So I would want to really invite you that as we go through our deliberations, let's not be doing it as cocoons of our house, as cocoons of our country, as cocoons of our category of scholars or researchers or whatever. We do it through a team. And one team behaves the way we saw some people behaving in the Chan, wherever there. We don't have 1 million per day, but we'd wish that if we do some good teamwork where the goalkeeper and the person scoring there have the same focus on making sure that the ball goes at the end, then that million will come, and it will come through our work. We also seek, in our approach, to nurture a culture that balances competition and cooperation. In other words, we would not want to see who is the best over the past phase of the Utafiti Sera program. But we'd all want to see what is it that we all do that can make us to stand in the best position all together for us to work as a team. And also we need to, we seek to have a team charter that provides rules of working together toward a shared objective and also to hold each other mutually accountable. And on the other end, if we can have a team, if we can have a strong partnership of all of us here, partnership that knows whom we have in the house, what we are doing, and how we complement each other, then we will keep engaged, bring people along, work together, build connection with ourselves and also with our donors. It will come through our work because through the continued support of our funding, that is how we can sustain all that we are doing. And so we will also go ahead, like we did on the other side of team building, to create psychological safety for others to give opinions and to share warnings where there is, so that we know this one, we don't think it's going to work. Not people who are just quiet, even if something is not going to work. And also we create space for diverse voices and include everyone to get a win-win for our donors as well, and also for the people that depend on the work that we do. And so we seek to measure and demonstrate return on our investment from our work through what we call now friends raising. So if you leave this meeting without a friend, without having a contact that we're going to use, not that one that we are going to give me your card, then you don't even know where you have kept it, then please, you should actually not proceed with any of the sessions. But if you would wish to be a friend, to raise one more friend, then please, we really welcome you, and we ask you to just tell your neighbor again that now you are a friend of PASGA. Okay, thank you so much. Now, I don't know what the answer you got when you told someone that now they're friends of PASGA. Did they smile? Yes. PASGA is smiling too. A step forward, therefore, is for us to now act through innovation and through collegiality. These are two aspects of our value system as PASGA, and so through our innovation, innovation framework, we seek to have some kind of transformation to drive change. Are we able to achieve the desirable change that we have committed to our donors and to our beneficiaries? Are we able to drive this change? You, as the partners of PASGA, we are because you are. We report our financial value for money if you give us the same. We report the impact of our activities if you give us the same. So we achieve through you. We are because you are. So if we don't know you, we may not be. If you don't know us, then you will not be. Because you are, we are because you are. Let's have this kind of collective platform to drive change. But the biggest form of transformation that we're talking about here, for me, I would urge, let it be more of like mental transformation. Now, why do I talk of mental transformation? We have a lot of transformations, and in one of the conferences, someone asked us, okay, what does transformation mean? Just the word, if you split trans and then formation, then you'll realize that trans would mean that you cross over. Is that true? Those who are from Kenya, we have Transmara, right? Transmara or Trans Nzoia, right? So it means you cross over something, right? So are we able to make that kind of step? And some kind of transformations that we have always been really proud of are physical transformations, or superhighway, or expressway now, all those physical transformations that have been mostly celebrated, if you look keenly, they never persist with time. Look at when you're growing up as a young person in high school or wherever, some of the best buildings you might have seen, especially in your cities, if they are the same now, there might be others that have come, right? When you're growing up, you could be having some models of cars that you are really thinking that this is the car that, are they the same models today? So physical transformation is not sustainable. And so for us to have sustainability, we need to change the mindset, the way we view things, the way we understand, the way we comprehend, and the way we create impact, the way we drive change must come from within us and not from out. And this must be intentional so that we are able to make a difference. Like if you want to do inclusion, if you want to make so we have to be very intentional. And so through this, let's try to set clear targets. For us, there's no way we'll be committing to the donor when we have no target. And that is part of our strategy. And also enhancing visibility. So how do we tell people, and whom do we tell? Who are our audience for what information? And then let's seek also to really embed all these in our clarity of purpose as different houses and different stakeholders. So for collegiality, please, let's aim to have complementarity, cooperation without competition. Yeah, competition actually removes some values because now you see the me and not the us. But if we have complementarity, we will see how does universal health coverage link to food systems and to urban governance, or to research that we have here, to our academia, and how does this solve the problem of Africa? Complementarity. And so we should harness on our collective value systems. Do we know any value of PASGA? And that's one of my colleagues who I think will be sharing on this. If you don't know any value, what then do you stick to? Why do you even come to what PASGA organizes? And what values do you have as a team, as an organization, as a house that also is consistent or will be consistent with the values of PASGA, so that all of us can drive together, work together through our value systems? And how do we build on our synergies, therefore, to realize the result? And so I would want us to all think together and redefine what we will call success. And in this sitting, I would really be happy to invite you to share, really be proud of what you have achieved, and tell us how you define it to success, as a success. So when we call for success stories, please remember it should be evidence informed. Why do you think and by a contribution, so that we can create impact and have something to report to the Hewlett Foundation? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sam, for that. Let's give a round of applause to Sam, Constance, and everybody. Thank you so much. We will want to move to the next session, now our session 2. This is the one we'll do, then we go for break. And I want to call upon Irene to come and facilitate this. Be strict to time. I know Sam Orlando can speak for 30 minutes. Please limit. Let's have time here so that exactly 1 hour we are done. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Kinoti, as we stated in the introductions. I work at Pamoja Trust as the Action Research Lead, and I'm glad to be here. So I have strictly 2 hours to run this specific part of our session. And first and foremost, what we're going to be doing is having the house leaders make a presentation on the extent to which the different houses have been able to advance evidence-informed decision-making. And the flow of presentation will be like this. So we'll start with the Urban Governance House and City Transformation Kenya. And this will be presented by Mr. Samuel Orlando, who is from Pamoja Trust. Then we will have the Urban Governance House and City Transformation from Rwanda. And this will be presented by Jean Pierre from IPAR. Then we're going to have the Youth Employment Creation House, and this will be presented by Mr. Patrick Odame from Kabe. And then we'll have the Universal Health Coverage House from Zambia, and this will be presented by Mr. Amos Mwale. So each presenter will have strictly 10 to 15 minutes. And Sam, you know you're my executive director. So exactly 15 minutes I'll be at the top of the game. So maybe we can have Sam's presentation projected. And I think the presentations will aim at showcasing the different houses' achievements, the key learnings, innovations, and also the challenges during the current implementation phase of the projects, appreciating what we discussed during the previous inter-house session where we discussed that even though we want to pursue evidence-informing decision-making processes, we said that this is not a linear process. So we want to see which kind of challenges the houses have been facing and what have they been doing to be able to push this narrative. Thank you.
Thanks, Irene. Good morning, colleagues. I commit that I'll take exactly 15 minutes or less. But then as they put the presentation up, I need to declare that I'm an activist, and I'll try as much as possible to moderate my language for purposes of this particular debate. Thirdly, is that the debate is divided into two sections. The first section is about conceptual issues around urban governance, and the second section is on the practice that then leads us to the policy engagement. Now, the debate around Utafiti Sera or urban governance or health, UHC or be it education has been around human development. And when we normally speak about human development, the variables that normally come to play are education, health, and standard of living. And as such, they are normally instruments that lead us to human development, these elements of human development. And we normally speak about elements on policy, and to a larger extent, elements on policy research. And we normally have, what is the problem that this policy seeks to address? I said I'm an activist, and that's why I wanted to control my slides. But I also know I need to be humble. So I don't know whether, Sally, you need to move so that we move in sync. Yeah, so that then, in many occasions, the policy seeks to deal with a problem. And that there's an action, there's evidence, there's an element of interdisciplinary approach, and there are stakeholders. And what I may want to stress here is that in the House, there's been a debate, Prof, on what is evidence. And that is what the Urban Governance House, to a larger extent, has always debated. That is evidence based on what we experience every day, or is evidence based on scientific rigor that is informed by scientific formulas. So that it is evident that when I go to take tea, then if I take black tea today, chances that I'll take black tea tomorrow are very high. But then when you write your PhD or master's thesis, you'll be asked then, what is the formula that you used to arrive at with black tea? And those are the debates that we will be having in the Urban Governance House. Now, as such, then, we asked ourselves a question. That what is development, what is human development, what is evidence that then ultimately leads us to the policy? I don't know how many of us have interacted with this photo in the cities that we live in. Rose, I know you don't like it, but I'm just using it as an illustration. That you see particular persons. There is the previous slide, Sally. There is a mother with a child, and this is an excavator with a grass-thatched house. What's normally come at in the heads of the policy implementer, someone who has allocated resources, they normally say that tunataka kuwajengea barabara. We want to build for you the roads. And that this house is on the road? It's on the road reserve. And that when we want to compensate you, what do we normally say? How do we do valuation? That what is the value of grass? What is the value of a mud hut? But then, there is a value that is bigger than the hut. It is a home. It has got social attachment. It has got a dignity question. So then when we speak about governance and urban governance, to what extent do we relate it to human development and to evidence that informs our policies? And that is the problem that in the 21st century we are dealing with. That we have what we call to be symbols of modern progress. And the symbols of modern progress is that there's an airport, there's an expressway. For those who come from Nairobi, that is toll is charged. Then there is a big hospital, and there is a big dam. Which one? And there's a railway that you pay debt that your great-grandchildren will be paying debt for. Which one am I living? There's an upcoming mall. That where do you buy your, kales? That I buy my kales from the mall. Is it treated? And what is the hygiene? And that is the framing of the 21st century problem. And that what we see is that we commodify what we call human development. We commodify basic education, we commodify health, we commodify access and infrastructure, and then we see tensions, the emergence of China and other non-Western funders that are investing in infrastructure development, the creation of regional infrastructure initiatives, that the one that cuts from South Sudan, goes to Kenya, all the way to Rwanda, Burundi, and then we say that we need to connect to South Africa. We've got public-private partnerships, with the private saying that contracts are sacrosanct and should not be open to public, even when they affect public policy. We've got mega infrastructural projects. Actually, that contracts are private. The SGR, the Standard Gauge Railway, I can speak with authority, Dr. Wanda, because I'm in Kenya. If I'm arrested, I know you'll come and bail me. When I was in Zambia, I was a bit restrained because I needed to have immunity. That we've got public-private partnerships where we do a standard gauge railway, but you cannot interrogate the contract because the contract has got confidentiality clauses, but it affects public policy. So then, the contracting state, public policy in a contracting state. We've got mega infrastructure projects that I've spoken before. We've got foreign direct investments, the Belt and China Road Initiative. But then this comes to the House, that the House wants to debate. That to what extent do we have social dimensions to infrastructure development? Such that then when you do your feasibility studies, then you don't just cost the tar and the road. But then, to what extent do we speak about social dimensions of infrastructure? To what extent do we promote a just and equitable access to social infrastructure? And to what extent do we provide evidence for good governance in infrastructure development? Irene, how many minutes do I have? 7. I've got 7, so I've got 7 more minutes. Not a problem. Now, how does inequality and discrimination manifest? That we go back to how the state is constituted. That the state has got an obligation to take steps to better the lives of people. That the state must allocate maximum available resources. And that's why I was happy to see our colleague from the Treasury. That the state has got an obligation to prohibit retrogressive measures. That the state has got immediate obligations for people who are vulnerable. But also, there is a right to develop. But when you've got a right to develop, then you don't bring her down the mud house. You find an alternative. So then how do you find the alternative? We have got elements of stakeholder engagement, and I will circulate the PowerPoint presentation. And some of the some of the tools which have been applied by the Urban Governance House are, social policy, participatory spatial planning, responsible cooperative, civic engagement, alternative justice systems, and such. The modern urban development, which again is a story of rebel cities. Sally, in the next slide. And in the story of rebel cities is that in these cities, the majority, who are 60 to 70%, stay in these settlements. The minority, who are 30%, stay in quarter pieces of land that are well serviced. But then these are the people who vote. These are the people who give power. So that then we speak about the rebel city. That ultimately, Dr. Fawcett Komolo, is that we've got skewed planning, we've got poor service delivery, we've got cultural erasure, we've got economic exclusion. And that's why we saw the tractor arriving. So then what did the Urban Governance House do? We mapped, through learning and generating evidence, the heartbeat of one of the projects that were being implemented by the Council of Governance through the Symbiocity approach. And we tried to systemize it based on experiences, which you may not say is a scientific rigor per se. And then what were the results? Where did it lead us to? I remember when we were in Zambia, I spoke about, to the extent, Sally, if you can go to the next two slides. Again. Yeah, I spoke about, the vision of the financing institutions, particularly, the World Bank, the French Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, that put money in our treasury for some of these initiatives. And how did this particular evidence change perception in terms of policy? I don't like politicians so much, but on this day I had to stand next to a governor from Uasin Gishu, this being the product of the Urban Governance House on what came from this systemization of the Symbiocity approach, the schematic that we provided before. Again, then we sought to take this debate further because policy is done at the subnational level, at the national level, and at the regional level. Jim and myself engaged in a debate at the World Urban Forum. And what was the debate? That when you speak about climate change, you only talk economic and non-economic losses. But remember, Jim, our debate was that it is not non-economic losses, it's social losses. Because when you bring down the house, it's not, you don't commodify it. It's about things that are bigger than money. It's about graves. It's about the attachments. It's about the identity that the community has built over time. And ultimately, Rose, and this is perhaps maybe news to you for those who are in the infrastructure sector, is that the National Assembly has sought to do the amendments to the Road Act. And the Road Act has been our problem for the longest period. So we are not doing a new policy. That the evidence from the Urban Governance House has suggested that the first evictions that we were speaking about is being caused by the Road Act through how eviction notices are issued. So then, what has this evidence done? That it has gone back to the National Assembly, which is the lawmaking body, to have sections of the Roads Act repealed. And why is it repealed? Because there are sections that when there is a deficit in trust on the state organs, the state is made of three organs. There's the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, right? Do we think we have got the fourth arm of government? Which is the fourth arm of government? Huh? The public. But the public form the government through the legislature, by delegating their power. The fourth arm of government that has been developing in Africa to a larger extent are constitutional commissions and independent. In some countries, there are independent commissions, there are independent officers, but to a larger extent, there are constitutional commissions. You can say, for instance, the National Human Rights Institutions. You can talk about, in Kenya, for instance, the National Land Commission. You can talk about the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. You can speak about the various authorities that are, they are coming as fourth arms of government because there's deficit in faith on the state and government institutions. So to what extent then do we take the debate further to the fourth arm of government, which are also policy institutions that shadow the other state agencies as policy-making institutions? And to this extent, I know there's something that the Urban Governance House has done with the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. There's something that our colleagues are doing with the National Land Commission, the IEBC, the Kenya Forest Service, and many more. And as I conclude, Irene, because I think I've got a minute, is that what are the emerging debates that the Urban Governance House must look towards jointly with PASGA? Financing and debt sustainability. That people do not eat roads. The roads are good, Irene. But to what extent are we relating the debates we have to financing, particularly public finance management and debt sustainability? The second bit is land tenure conflicts, and particular debates around forced evictions. The third one is social and environmental safeguards that have been expanded, and we are happy it's now being integrated in the Roads Act. And lastly, community participation and equity. That among community members themselves, you get noisy ones like Sam Orlando, who when they go back to their villages, they mute the voices of other community members. So that then, this discrimination does not only manifest at the policy level, it also manifests in communities. I'm very sorry if I've taken 2 more minutes, but I think, colleagues, I'm within time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for that. I think Sam has given us a very good background, taking us away from the scientific rigor of collecting evidence to take to the roots of the people, and also contextualizing it within the context of the infrastructure development. And I think even as the Mr. Jean-Pierre, I'm really trying to say that word well. Mr. Jean, as you come to put your laptop, you can even control it from here. Yes, you can use this HDMI. I think we are already getting some nice aspects from Sam's presentation. Whatever evidence Pamoja Trust has been collecting as at present, the way we are able to link it to different global conversations, whether it's the discussions on public participation, the environment conversations, or even the debt and financing. And I think that's also a good thing that we can discuss as the Utafiti Sera houses.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Just start with this beautiful and nice picture. The first picture, I guess who knows that picture? Who can identify the first one? Eh? Maybe some can know. Yeah, the first picture is Kigali. Actually, the first one was Kigali before 1962. And the down one is Kigali now, how it looks like now. The other parts, the other second picture is Nyagatare district. It's among the secondary city which assist Kigali
to reduce overpopulation, because the government has identified that people are migrating from other districts to Kigali, so they settle other districts so that people cannot move to Kigali. Yeah. The other city, the other picture is Huye as a secondary city. Actually, in Huye we have a national museum. That one. And then on the lower side, the first picture is Musanze, I mean Lubavu. Actually, that is a touristic region, tourism region where we have Lake Kivu and other nature. So the next picture is Rusizi district. It is the secondary city also, where we have Lake Kivu, a very beautiful lake and stagnant lake. And also it is among secondary city in Rwanda. The other side is Musanze, where we have trekking mountain gorillas. So that city is where we have mountains and gorilla. Those who want to visit, that place is very nice. Thank you so much. Move forward. So I'll take you through the background of urban governance and the city transformation in Rwanda, stakeholders engagement, buying on evidence put forth by Utafiti, Sera in Rwanda, challenges, key learnings, achievement, and innovation. Yeah. Actually, these have been said as Utafiti Sera started in 2015. So Rwanda House was established by in 2018. Of course, the house was hosted by IPA Rwanda, which is a leading think tank, independent leading think tank for non-profit. So we have partnership with PASGA. What were the stakeholders and house members in Rwanda? We tried to map those stakeholders, including representative of the residents of secondary cities, government officials, academic and public intellectuals, development partners and agencies, and civil society organizations. Of course, the first Utafiti Sera convening co-identified the following issues. So the most pertinent issues were affordable housing in Kigali, and the second one was poor waste management on public health. The third one was impact of urbanization on food security. So, of course, IPA Rwanda has also conducted a socio-economic study on the secondary cities in 2019, which highlighted that prioritization and coordination is needed to bring together the entire government, nationally as well as external stakeholders, to address socio-economic challenges for which each secondary city faces. So Utafiti Sera becomes a platform where Rwandan researchers, policymakers, and implementers join hands to co-create solutions to those identified problems. Now, waste management systems are being put in place to reduce those challenges. And among the key challenges that we have faced during the implementation of this project, we experienced low participation of high-level policy actors. Actually, most of them, they are based in Kigali. And they are very busy with their daily responsibilities and assignments. Actually, we'll be happy to learn from you how you have been engaging these high officials. So we are eager to learn from you. Yeah. And we have also experienced house members, house members turnover. So or some of the house members who started this project, they have gone. So it's a challenge to come and take the project when you did not initiate this. So it requires learning and whatever. So of course, I can't not mention low budget compared to deliverables. You know, the project has gotten many years so, to implement this, and with low budget, it's a challenge. That's one of the key challenges. What are the key learnings? So house members, I myself have learned the Utafiti Sera approach, how this Utafiti Sera approach can be used. And through convenings, Utafiti Sera approach was perceived as the best policy research approach. Actually, this is the best among the best policy research approach because engaging all peoples, policymakers, citizens, group them together and co-create some solution to pertinent challenges. Actually, this is a good approach. Now, what were our achievements? We have conducted 6 houses convening successfully. House members, including policymakers, understood the Utafiti Sera approach as an ideal tool for sustainable development of our city. Proposition of strategies to enhance policy uptake by both secondary city and the city of Kigali have been established. Knowledge product to inform decision making have been designed and developed, including policies, including infographics, video documentary, talking about urbanization and city transformation in Rwanda. And we can say that we have achieved the goal of networking with other house members as you. So this is the best opportunity and one of our achievements. Among the innovation, I may say that we eco-identified of challenges in urban governance and city transformation in Rwanda. Another achievement, innovation, is co-creation of solution to challenges. I mean, sitting together, come up with solution was really nice by adopting Utafiti Sera approach. We have been brainstorming that if we can design an easy use of repository of Rwanda evidence, house evidences for policy uptake and use, this will be really an innovation in Rwanda because currently we don't have an easy use repository for house evidences. If we can collect or if we can group all house evidences together and set up with a platform where policymakers can easily access, it will be an innovation. So regular peer learning from different houses like this one. We propose it because it helps. It helps to learn from others. Yeah. I think I'm done. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Jean. Jean. Thank you, Mr. Jean. He's taken us to Rwanda, all the way to Rwanda. Mr. Patrick, maybe you can be coming up so that we can set up and save on time. Thank you for donating your 4 minutes. And I appreciate the fact that he's taken us all the way to Rwanda. And I think from his presentation, we can be able to see the different houses are at the different levels of the formation of the Utafiti Sera house and the implementation of the agendas of that specific house. For instance, we've seen from the Kenyan side, they are more in the point of disseminating the evidence. And in Rwanda, we are continually generating the evidence so that we can be able to package it and inform the interventions within the cities, both the secondary cities and also the city of Kigali. Thank you, Mr. John, for that presentation. I don't know, Mr. Patrick, are you ready? Yes. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Odame. I'm a look-alike to Professor Odame, who is not with us. He traveled a long distance where people don't return. Yeah, but I took over the mantle and we are moving on. So we host Utafiti Sera House, youth employment creation in agriculture and agro-processing. We started this journey in Utafiti Sera launch 2016-2017, and basically it was anchored on agriculture, but there were no decent wage employment. Therefore, we found out that there were critical data on youth missing. In 2018 to 2019, that was phase 2, we looked at the issue of youth as marginalized group in our discussions. And the key lessons learned was basically that it was necessary to do mapping of actors who should be involved, and we needed to know their role and how to engage them. This enabled the youth house to constitute house members and engagement structure. So then the question was, who was missing in the house? As you do actor mapping, which needs to be progressive, you need to ask yourself, who is missing? This was an impact pathway, which was used to map the youth presence and identify critical actors to be part of the youth discussions. In this mapping, we found out that though youth attended most of the debates or the deliberations, they were not at the center of the discussion. In phase 3, 2020-2022, we embarked on generation of evidence for uptake to influence policy and practice. And we leveraged on the digital technology, mentorship, skill training, capacity building, and apprenticeship. The policy discussion was basically themed policy discussion on juicing for jobs. And you can see where we started from, where we started with 100 SMEs as a baseline. And progressively, we have increased that number to about 507. The lesson we learned was that data is key in a decision making, and we need also to enhance evidence into practice. In phase 4, which is just ending, or which has just ended end of August, it was to enhance research evidence and building more inclusive policies and practices for agribusiness. And in this phase, we basically dealt on the synthesis of key emerging issues that promote or inhibit youth employment creation. In the terms of achievement, though it looks simplistic in this diagram, but it's a complex process. For example, we had to do capacity needs assessment among the 100 SMEs. Then we did capacity building of 35 SMEs and 10 value chain champions. Some of the champions are here. They introduce themselves. They're a living lab to testify what exactly we were doing. Then we created 3 WhatsApp group, which now consists of about 1,673 youth-led SMEs, and they are interacting and exchanging knowledge and innovation. Then there was the issue of policy dialogue, which we did about 3 of them, engaging 105 key stakeholders to debate on the key policy issues and outcomes. I've already said we have a database of 507 youth-led SMEs, which we have shared with the target counties for intervention. Then we have the impact stories, which we documented. And I've said we have living labs here. That is Carol. Carol, can you stand? And then Fabian. Those are living labs. You can interact with them and see whether there has been any change or influence. You can see some of them, very happy. That is evidence in the mango. You can see the knowledge products. Some of our youths have been documented and circulated nationwide. This photo has some significance. When we visited the youth who is pictured over there, he used that photo in his Facebook, and he was able to get some supply contract in Ethiopia. So those are some of the ecosystem of the people we have interacted with, key stakeholders. You can see the happy house members. This stream has a lot of significance. Fabian can tell you. When you cross that stream, you don't say any evil word. Otherwise, you receive canes from all over without you knowing who is caning you. She's here, she'll be able to testify. In terms of challenges, what we have faced is transforming youth negative perception of farming, inadequate resources to reach out to youth-led SMEs identified, lack of supportive policies like land, finance, and markets, the climate change impact, and infrastructure for value addition. In terms of lessons learned, basically we found out that structured customized capacity building transformed youth agribusiness. Skill development, mentorship, and exposure enhance confidence for youth to reach out to various stakeholders. Adoption of innovation and technology and new technologies in agriculture had the potential to transform youth agribusiness and create decent jobs. We also found out disaggregating or customizing intervention for youth in agriculture value chain, especially identifying sweet spots, were attractive to youth participation and investment. Then we also found out that there's need to shift from narrow primary production to focus on food system transformation, because this is a holistic approach that is more efficient in job creation. We need also for the actors to contextualize youth concepts progressively and build an ecosystem on a data-driven or policy-driven decision-making. And basically, you can see very serious discussion on youth issues going on. And basically, part of my time, I'll donate for a clip. Part of the clip is a long one, but we'll just interact with it a little bit.
In the heart of Nakuru, Kenya, a powerful movement is unfolding. A gathering of minds, visionaries, and change makers, all united by one purpose: creating sustainable youth employment in agriculture and agro-processing. A major step in employment as policymakers, stakeholders, and young agripreneurs gathered for the National Policy Convening on Youth Employment in Agriculture and Agro-Processing.
Youth unemployment is a global crisis. It's an African crisis. It's a Kenyan crisis that requires every stakeholder to hold hands so that we can generate decent work for our youth across the continent.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this National Youth Convening with the stakeholders from diverse backgrounds. Youth, as you are aware, is a big constituency in terms of population. Yet, we find them not fully engaged in the terms of employment. Youth are innovative, they have a lot of energy, and if we address their issues, we are likely to unlock those barriers that prevent them from meaningful participation in agriculture and agro-processing. During this convening, we'll be hearing from youth themselves as people who are affected by the issue of unemployment. We'll also hear their initiatives which they are making to ensure they employ themselves and also employ other youths.
The three-day convening running from 19th to 21st August 2025, organized by the Center of African Bio-Entrepreneurship in partnership with the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, focused on the evidence co-generation through participatory engagements with the youth from selected counties.
I'm really pleased to be here because I think what is happening here probably exemplifies what PASCA is trying to achieve across the continent. I think, as you will discuss it later, having a house where all the members are represented to discuss probably one of the most important issues of our time.
Discussions centered on unlocking employment opportunities in the mango, potato, and avocado value chains, with stakeholders exploring strategies to strengthen policy uptake at both county and national levels.
This is a sector that is currently employing 80% of our rural, slightly more than 70% of our rural community. But it is also a sector that is overall employing more than 40% of the Kenyans. And when we look at the potential that there is in the sector, we are not performing at our ultimate potential. And I strongly believe that if we can push the sector into what it ought to be, this is a sector that can create employment for about 60% of the Kenyans. And that is why I'm very happy that we are convening here to discuss specific value chains that can create employment in the sector.
Yeah, I think what we have learned in this convening is really, and also in the other forums that we have engaged with CABE and PASCA, has really impacted our business in various forms. One, it's networking. In this convening, you can see there is a mix of different stakeholders who are different players in the value chains. So once we engage with them, you understand, like if you have a pain somewhere, they are able to relieve you the pain through guiding and also connect you to the relevant bodies that can guide you. Also in terms of market research and also policy awareness, it's things that us as youth we were not like knowing, and we never thought they are very important to us. But now you find the policies, when they are put out there, they don't know a youth, they don't know like an old person, they cut all across. So at least now, having knowing that, now we are fighting to have our voices being heard in this policy making table, so that the policies that are being made, they also don't affect us much. Yeah.
Across Kenya and the continent, youth face rising unemployment. Yet, agriculture remains a sector full.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. That was a nice one. I think we can give him a round of applause. I think we'll watch the video as we go for our break. So for those who would be interested in completing the video, thank you so much. The house from Zambia, we can have Mr. Amos coming to prepare the presentation. Yes, you can come with your laptop and connect it to this HDMI. Yes. So thank you, Mr. Patrick, for that nice presentation. I think what has come out from the challenge, as part of the challenges from two houses so far, is the question of resource, and obviously also the external factors such as the environment. And I think one of the things that we can appreciate from the house, from the CABE house, is the extent to which they've been able to show the achievements that they've been able to realize through the evidence that they have generated. And it's good to have the living labs with us here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So for me, I will ask everyone to stand. I'm not doing any PowerPoint presentation, sorry. Shall we all walk back? Let's go that side where those two gentlemen are. There's a yellow. Yes, just where Jim is. We have been sitting the whole time. At least let's do a 1-minute walk. Welcome to Zambia. So this is Zambia, the UHC house, the Universal Health Coverage House. As you can see, what we have decided to do is to quickly see if we can use an innovation here. So we are saying understanding Zambia's progress towards UHC. So this is Zambia. We are neighbors with Congo, Tanzania, Angola, this side, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, and then Botswana. Okay, we have 10 provinces. So what we did is we were able to successfully map and recruited over 50 key actors from every sector. Okay, it's a very tricky sector, you know, it's health. And then as you can see, we had convenings. Some of you might see yourselves in the different photos. And then we were also able to utilize the space. We have our champion. He's a member of parliament, and also he's currently the chair of health in parliament. Then we have our assistant director from the Ministry of Health. And then we have, this man is special. He's late now. He was the clerk of the National Assembly. We worked very well with him to ensure that the processes of ensuring that there is a co-creation between government, the NGOs, and the development partners, the media, and the parliament itself was enhanced. He really pushed our work to ensure that UHC is discussed highly in parliament. As you can see on different photos, our champion was there. He was supposed to be with us here. Unfortunately, he has to travel with the president to the General Assembly in New York, you know, when that duty calls. I'm glad that our house is moving forward. You know that we were only born last year in January, and we are moving forward. The main aim is to ensure that we unify and amplify the voices of UHC by ensuring that we are creating spaces and policy dialogue. I must confess that this is a very unique process, and Jim and the PASCA team, they have really transformed us. The transformation you are seeing is really moving, not physically, but actually in the actual sense. You know, I don't know how many of you work in health. We always focus on the delivery, yeah? But I think with this research and co-creation and creating dialogue, it has really worked. Some of the things that we are now seeing as lessons learned are that, one, there is high demand from our members from outside town to try and ensure that their processes that they are doing is actually inputted in the national processes. Next year, we are reviewing a number of processes like the national strategic health. So people want to see how the house can actually help them ensure that their processes are actually inputted in that. And then during this process, you know, when Jim and Tim were telling us about the synthesis reporting, about the critical mapping and the gaps, we didn't know where it was going to go. But after we did the research, and then we disseminated the information with the key stakeholders, the ministries, the demand became higher. You know, it's really turning researchers into practice. We are creating that. The demand really became higher. And then later on, we went further to strengthen the capacity of our members in UHC. And we used a very well-known professor now. He's the vice chancellor for one of our universities now, to ensure that the house members have capacity strengthened in UHC. The demand is growing. We don't have the capacity, but it's growing. So we are hoping that in this next phase, we'll be able to strengthen our more members so that they are able now to do their own sub-things so that we can be able to be where the other house members are. So with the policy brief that we have done, you know, UHC is bigger. Our focus has been on leadership and governance. It's not an easy focus. You know, we are dealing with policymakers. But I must mention that the house members have been contributing in different forms to ensure that the policymakers, the parliamentarians, and the Ministry of Health are all brought to book. And I'm glad that we are moving forward. And our challenge, one major challenge, is that we hope that we'll be able to chew what we have taken on. Thank you so much. Where is Irene? Irene, I'm here. Yes.
We can have our seats. Thank you, Mr. Amos. That was a good presentation. We are able to see how the Zambia House has been able to mobilize quite a good number of stakeholders and very influential actors, and the good space of policy influence that the House is presented with, the evidence that they've been able to generate throughout the synthesis process has an opportunity to be embedded within the policy space of the country, and that's amazing. Thank you, Amos and the Zambia team. Now we're going to get into the plenary session. We are a little bit behind time, but I think we can be able to catch up. So I would like to open the session to a question and answer session. Even comments, if you have any comments in regards to the presentations that have been made, the achievements, the challenges, the key lessons that have been learned from all the presentations that have been made, I would like you to maybe show yourself by lifting your hand, or even, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish to thank the presenters for the good presentations they have put forward. My question is with regards to collaboration, because I noted that one of the key elements of Utafiti Sera is collaboration between public and private sector. As government, we usually put in place the development plans. At the national level, we have the medium-term plan. In Kenya now, we are in the 4th medium-term plan. Then we have the county integrated CIDPs development plans, the 5-year plans. How have we been working to ensure that we incorporate matters of collaboration in evidence policy making to ensure that when government undertakes or develops these important policy documents, these matters are enshrined in policy making? Thank you.
We are taking how many questions more, Irene? Yes. Amos, you want to ask a question? Okay. Yes, Prof.
Even though I'm doing it very reluctantly because, yeah, but yes, I just wanted to congratulate the presenter on urban governance. Huh? Yeah, there was something. But then I think there's also a need, for instance, to recognize this a concept called multi-level governance. I think, yes, I teach a course, even though you may not like teachers very much, but I teach a course on public policy and governance at the PhD level. And there's this concept which we use, multi-level governance. Like this need for us when you are even housing policy, health policy, which we have in here, to integrate this, the global context, the global level of governance. In this increasingly interdependent and globalized world, even very localized policy, you will find that it is actually based on the global context. Like we have, for instance, UN, the SDGs, that's at that level. Then there's the national context also. Then there's the local context, like if you have like countries like Nigeria, where my good friend comes from here, you have the federal government, that is the national context level, then you have the local government. So the success of even urban governance will actually depend on how the ability to integrate all these levels, so that you have indices at a global level. You know, we have had our government sometimes reporting, like from second week of September, I think this week, we are having the UN General Assembly. And our leaders will be reporting on SDGs and all those things. So I just want to note here so that I should actually end there. Then governance. There's need also to define for us governance so that we have accountability. When you talk about urban governance, there should be accountability, transparency, and popular participation. Yeah, so I will just, in response to Sam, who noted that there should be interaction between theory and practice. So this conceptualization will help you to analytically differentiate the various aspects of governance, so that you show how accountability, transparency, participation feed into urban governance. I hope that I've not mystified the thing. So, yeah. So,
thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Yes, I think
No, yes, you want to respond? Any other question before? Okay, Sam, respond first.
So the first one is that I did not speak about it because of the time, but when you look at community strategic plans that came from the framework on planning, they were informed by community privatization, which ultimately we translate to the county integrated development plans. Because then ultimately when you read the County Government Act, it expects the villages to have what we call the village councils. And the village councils must have strategic plans that then ultimately are translated to the county integrated development plans. My colleagues Sally and Irene, I know, have engaged the Treasury to a larger extent in the MTA, medium term plan, MTP4. And this are normally done through memoranda and oral submissions to the various house committees, particularly in public finance management and during the Public Finance Management Act. I want to say something on what Prof has said. And this played out with Kenha. Majority of us know that the global financing models were changing, where we were moving from aid or development to what we were now calling, what will be market-based. So then the House, and I remember we were with Irene, we had an opportunity to engage the German parliament. And the discussions that they were having were that they're changing their development cooperation to be market-based. And then we brought a debate that markets have got people. So then if markets have got people, because the markets are not an abstract where you just go and exchange goods with resources. And we told them that markets have got people, so that then your development cooperation must have what we call social dimensions to infrastructure development. And then they asked us how. We told them that when you come to Africa, you give loans for infrastructure development. To what extent do your contracts embed social safeguards so that then it becomes a condition when you are giving conditional grants or loans for development? And it's the first time that Kenya National Highway Authority is hiring, through the German Development Bank, a non-governmental organization to implement social safeguards to infrastructure development. And that's a policy change within the international cooperation level. When you go to the United Nations committees, where states review states. For instance, the Universal Periodic Review process. The Universal Periodic Review process, Prof, and I agree with you, is that the evidence that has been harnessed by the various houses, to what extent do we engage with other states that review Kenya? So that then ultimately they come to Kenya as concluding observations based on particular issues. That's when they come as concluding observations, then what ultimately happens is that you'll get the Department of Justice turning this into policy debates that go to various state departments. When you go to the specialized committees, and hopefully I'm not taking too long, the specialized committees where you've got experts, for instance, the Committee on Economic and Sociocultural Rights that look at basic education, that looks at health, that looks at social protection and such. They have got particular frameworks that they have proposed for interpretation of this. So then how do you influence this? The role of non-state actors is to shadow the state. So then, when the state submits its report to the United Nations Committee, for instance, on economic and social rights, or the Committee on Rights of the Child, or be it a regional mechanism, is that to what extent do the houses submit shadow reports? Then when you submit a shadow report, always you will be invited for oral submissions. And when you are invited for oral submissions, the experts give, they normally give recommendations to states. The same happens to special rapporteurs. The same happens to the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Commission. The same happens to the African Charter, the East African Community, and many more. So ultimately, it only makes sense if the evidence can travel. But there's a challenge. The challenge is that states say that we are sovereign. That who are you to tell us? And that's why development cooperation is changing. Then meaning that we must now start getting into the systems of the World Bank, however extractive they are, to change from within through the World Bank Ombudsman and the evidence that we have, Prof. We must get into the European Investment Bank and say that the loans that you are giving must be conditional, even if the Treasury do not agree. And Rose will tell you how much we were not loved in Kenya. But today we can go and insist that our methodology is right and we are not taking away our report, because if we take away our report, then the German Development Bank is not going to give the loan. Because ultimately it's us who will pay the loan. And hopefully I've not taken too long.
Okay. Patrick, you want to say something?
Yeah, on the question of collaboration, when we did the field visit to target counties, we wanted to know how the departments engage the youth. And we found out that there was a big gap in the terms of engagement. And therefore, youth voices were not even taken into account when they are doing policies or when they are doing the county integrated development projects. So then the Utafiti House brings all these stakeholders together in a way that the youth voice can equally be heard, and the youths who are here can now be able to testify that they have been able to be engaged within the public participation forums, and also ensuring that their voices are heard. Two, the issue of data. The data we have collected, or the database on youth, because it consists of very, very many indicators, we have also shared with the various counties for a possible intervention whenever they are doing their planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Thank you, sir. For the house in Zambia, we have highly engaged both the private sector and the business community We, actually in our team, we have someone from the private sector. And then in our house, we have the president of the Zambia Business of Commerce and Chambers. It's a very big portfolio for the private sector, just to ensure that it's taken care of in terms of collaboration, because collaboration is key. And these colleagues are working closely in the processes of government, including in the midterm reviews, in the midterm inputs, development, so they can speak, maybe over tea, they can speak with you and themselves in terms of how they're engaging and how their house is bringing us all together. Then, Professor, I'm glad that you have spoken about transparency and accountability. Like you've seen, our house focuses on governance and leadership. Those are two words that we are now focusing on. In our next phase, we want to ensure that we promote governance and transparency in every decision that is made. We have seen that from the study and from the research, governance and transparency has been key. So we are hoping that colleagues from the government also are as transparent as possible. You know, without transparency, we can't do anything. It's a story we should be speaking about, but it's also something that we should endeavor to push forward to ensure that we work closely with them and they're able to do that. However, we must also not take it at very high level. Let's amplify the community voice to push for transparency and accountability. Then we'll be able to see to it that people are able to start speaking. Thank you. Thanks, Chip.
One more comment and then, or question, and then we close up the session. Lucy, we are closing up with you. Daktari and Lucy.
She can go first, or?
You can go first.
Thank you so much. Mine is a general observation. When I look around, there is something missing. Where is the voice of the politician? Because without the mover, the politician, whatever you may be saying here may be perfect. But if you lack that political will, there is nowhere you're going. And that is why I got scared when Sam, who is looking at me, argued, I don't like politicians. I nearly collapsed. These are the people who drive all these programs. So please, Jimmy and your team, next time invite the so-called politician. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daktari.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the politician bit of it and also collaboration. So let me start with the politicians. Lessons learned while we were doing the Youth Employment Creation House Phase 4, when we started implementation, I think we started from the back instead of the front. We started working with the beneficiaries, more than even engaging with actors at the county levels where most of this practice happens and where the youth are based. And therefore, we came later on to understand that it was very important for us to pay courtesy visits to the counties. And of course, the most important bit is the visiting the chief executive committee members, who mostly are the policy makers. And of course, they link between the political angle and the government and the public sector angle. And I think during our courtesy visit, which was almost towards the end during impact story documentation, we gained a lot of buy-in from the county executive committee members, because whatever we were discussing with them also informed what would have gone into the county integrated development plans. And therefore we interested them. And actually in our national convening, two of them, the county executive committee members of Kakamega County and Nyandarua County, were in the presence of our convening and actually appreciated the key findings that we shared. And therefore, a lesson learned is that maybe we may need to identify who are these political people or stakeholders that need to be in the house. Not just everyone, but who makes sense in our house. One lesson we also learned during our national convening, we need to involve the Council of Governors who make decisions. And that was the missing link in our national, in all our stakeholder engagements. So with that, I think the political angle is well represented there. In terms of collaborations, what we also learned during the courtesy visits, which were almost towards the end, which would have come earlier, we had to sign memorandums of understanding with the different counties, identify areas of synergies even with the counties, and see who is working with the youth and at what point in which value chain which we are targeting. And we would identify the areas of collaboration. And instead of duplicating the effort, then we would enhance our participation at the point where it was most needed. And of course, we signed MOUs with one of the counties, but as well, we also joined a youth sector networking group or youth sector working group, which of course works with the various stakeholders. And I think that is collaboration enhanced. So that is a lesson learned from our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy and everyone. Yes, Dr. Ari, I want to agree with you that political will is very important. In our houses, that has come out, and we have ensured that we have political leadership as part of our membership. In UHC in Zambia, the MP, who is also the departmental chair in the National Assembly at Zambia, is a member of UHC House. He always attends our meetings. Even the late national clerk who died attended their meeting. We know the importance of political will. We always say that evidence is just one factor among many factors, and the most important is political will. So that one we know, and we appreciate you bringing up. Irene, I think we should end it here for this session. For those who still want to continue discussing, we'll continue as we move on. We now want to break. Elijah, we need to have a photo, right? Yes, so as we are breaking, let's go and you can take over and tell us how we do it, and then we take tea and then come back.
Okay, good morning. When we exit the door, we go downstairs, straight towards the beach. You'll see somewhere we've placed seats. That's where we're going to take the group photo. Make sure you smile in that photo, because if you don't smile, we will edit you out while smiling. And then we come back for tea and refreshments.
We are consenting before we take the photo.
I think we should all step out. We are behind time. Let's step out as we interact so that we can save on time.
Haya, chukua uende. Hiyo itakatika. Hello. Let's be back to order. We want to start this session. We are time bad. We are already at 12. We want to do 1 hour session on panel discussion, just to get to understand the uptake environment in various thematic areas of the houses. So I will call the panelists to be coming up here. We already have the president, Fawcett Komolo, is already up here. I would want to invite Christine Mayende. Where is Christine? The next one is Dennis Olila. Please come. Dennis Olila. Agatha. Is Agatha already in? Yes. Oh, thank you, Agatha. Dr. Eliud Moi. Switch light here, light here, the projector. Christine Mayende, just come over, and Kennedy. So we try to distribute our panelists based on the thematic areas, UHC, urban governance, youth employment creation, and government. Thank you very much, panelists. We just want to have a conversation on the uptake environment on your respective specialty or fields. And we are just going to engage through questions that we want you to respond. Then after that, we'll open it up to the larger team to also ask questions. We hope to do 1 hour and plus the question 1 hour, 20 minutes, so that we can go to lunch. We don't want to take much time. I would start with all of you, and the first thing I would want to ask you is to give us a brief introduction of yourself and your understanding of the role of evidence in policy-making process. Just be brief, 2 minutes, don't go too much. I will start with the president.
Good morning. Is it afternoon already? Good afternoon. Yeah, you look dull. You look hungry. You look tired. You look overwhelmed. You are digesting. Yeah? You are energetic. Mko tu sawa? All right. Thank you. My name is Fawcett Komolo. I go by the term, the title planner. We work in the environment of planning towns and cities, and I'm a member of the Urban Governance House. And under Utafiti Sera, we have been able to hold many discussions about evidence, and I would have wished that one of us was here, Dr. Steve Akoth, who keeps drumming into us every time we meet that there is often a very big difference between evidence, yes? Evidence-based and evidence-informed. So we get to understand that these two perspectives actually have come to shape our understanding of what evidence really is, because evidence is the reflection of the lived reality. And if it is the reflection of the lived reality, then evidence typically would mean that it does not it is not a reality in itself. It is a reality of the lived reality. So in policy making, for instance, in urban governance, I think we'll be talking about that as we go on, but I just thought about drawing that distinction as a basis for holding this discussion, that we have to separate between the realities that we have to confront in the urban environment. Thus, the talk about evidence-informed rather than evidence-based, to take our minds and hearts and attention back to the lived reality that communities that live in urban areas face. That, I think, will be the introduction that I give, and thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
Oh, good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christine. I am a librarian and a teacher. And my role as a librarian, I have come to see that most of the research findings that we have, what we are calling evidence today, are not actually being utilized accordingly or in full. A lot of what has been done in the fields is informed, but then we have it as waste in the library, what we are calling actually wasted evidence. And I have a thought about it, how we could use the evidence that we have in our libraries to inform policy, or to rather inform policies that could affect all of us, that could affect the public opinion. In this place, our first speaker talked about it, and he was corrected. When we talk about politicians, these people should actually be informed, should make policies that affect us, and these policies should be actually proper. Thank you so much. When evidence is, for me, it is a foundation for informed decision making. That's how I can finish it.
Thank you. Evidence is foundation. Agatha, introduce yourself and your understanding of the role of evidence in policy making, just in 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Agatha Thu. I'm CEO of Agriculture Sector Network, which is an umbrella body for agriculture sector in the private sector in Kenya. It is also the Agriculture Sector Board of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. So I am coming from agribusinesses and the business environment, the cost of doing business, markets, farm input supply. Actually, the entire agriculture supply chain is guided by good policies. And the good policies for agriculture to be responsive and create jobs must be informed by evidence. So I just want to underscore the importance of evidence in policy making.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis Olila, especially from the government.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Dennis Olila. I'm a principal economist at the National Treasury. I have over 10 years working experience at the National Treasury. Now, before today, I didn't know that at one time I'd be given an opportunity to talk about evidence-based policy. Because from academics perspective, we did learn in our master's class about evidence-based policy. And in my understanding, based on academics and also on practice, this is policy which is basically based on the data. It is based on scientific research, but again, we have to marry with the political economy. Because we all understand that as much as we have researchers, various expertise, we need to marry with political economy. Because matters of budget making and policy making are embedded in our politics, and therefore that angle is very important. Now, based on my experience, 10 years experience, I will share later on elements of undertaking evidence-based policy and elements where we put it aside and undertake policy without basing it on any existing evidence. But the best scenario which we advocate for at the National Treasury is to undertake research and come up with an evidence that can inform policy making. Our division is called Sectoral Affairs Division. We have an umbrella linkage with all sectors of the economy, be it labor, be it social protection, health, agriculture, education. One of our core mandates, which is enshrined in what we do, is to undertake policy research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. You have brought very important issues that we'll take forward. When do we have the elements of evidence or not? But Dr. Eliud Moi, please introduce yourself and your understanding of the role of evidence in policy making.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And I think you have been told my name. I'm a deputy director at KIPRA. I've been in the policy space for more than 25 years now. My first stint in government, I worked at the State Department for Planning, and then I moved to KIPRA. I've worked on many policies. Last year, we completed a draft food and nutrition security policy. This year, we are still working on what we call ethnic minorities and marginalized communities policy, which is under the office of the president. Now, so I think that's my background as far as public policy is concerned. But I think when you talk about evidence-based policy or evidence-informed policy making, I think currently that is the paradigm. That is the best practice. And why do we talk about evidence? We talk about evidence because evidence will always speak for itself. You don't need to defend it. When you find, because the opposite of evidence is gut feeling or subjective information or whatever that you use. But for us to have a good understanding about evidence, because I think I had a statement mentioned here that must evidence always be scientific. Yes, it must be scientific. Why? Because evidence, we get evidence by starting at the data collection phase. You can't have evidence without data. And so the question comes, how do you collect your data? And professors are here. They will tell you that the two broad areas of data is primary, which you call which you can collect through using secondary or survey and so forth. And you can also collect qualitative data. So you cannot have good evidence because not all evidence is good evidence. Good evidence is always scientific. We have clowns who walk around and claim they have evidence, but it's not evidence. Now, KIPRA was established to support this, and that's why today we are working on a national policy on evidence-based policy making, because we have realized, actually, if you go to counties, they don't use evidence. KIPRA has a public policy repository where we have put all policies in this country. When you look at policies from counties, a lot of them are junk. And every day people ask us, KIPRA, why are you posting policies which are substandard on your website? But you see that we don't have a mandate to be a clearinghouse.
Thank you. We will advance the argument forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So evidence-based policy making starts with data. You process data, you generate information, and then information will give you evidence. And evidence is also what we call knowledge. But knowledge, again, usually sometimes we say, when you have knowledge alone is not enough. You have to know when to use it, how to use it, where to use it, to whom to use that knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know House leaders will love to react on whether evidence has to be scientific only or not. So we'll come there. Kennedy, just a brief introduction, and your understanding of the role of evidence.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Kenneth Saini, CEO of COK Pharmaceuticals from Zambia, a member of the Universal Health Coverage House. Now, a brief introduction about myself. Of course, I am the immediate past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Zambia, where I served for 4 years. And then also I have over 20 years experience in both the public and private sector, of which 17 years is from the private practice. So currently I'm the vice president of the Healthcare Federation of Zambia, which is an umbrella body that looks at private practice in Zambia. So quickly to respond to the question, and I'm happy that the panelists have ably answered the question. So I'll just restrict myself to universal health coverage so that I save time. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of evidence in universal health coverage, because decisions should not be made via emotions or assumptions. It is important to have well-researched, and informed data to inform any meaningful decision-making. And in Zambia, most of the decisions are informed, and it gives a direct impact on the outcomes, the clinical outcomes, and the health of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, panelists. I know you have all said how evidence is informing your decisions. Now I'll go to the next question, and I want to start with Dennis Olila. And Dennis had alluded that there are instances, especially in government, when they do not use evidence, and instances when they use evidence. So I want to ask all of you, based on your specialty and profession, at what point do you think evidence is needed? And could you please give us case studies or examples where evidence has informed a major policy in your area? And if not, why? Let's start with Dennis.
Thank you very much, moderator. First and foremost, I would like to state that when we talk of evidence, in a nutshell, we are talking about exhibit. You remember when you go to court, it's about exhibit, something you can produce, that this is something you are using to support a specific case. So that is my little understanding. Exhibit, something that you can produce. Now, in the context of government, policy making, in my understanding, may take various scenarios. The first one, it could be anchored on evidence, research. For instance, one of the sectors we are handling under the National Treasury is the health sector. In 2019, and also based on the 2014 Kenya Demographic Health Survey data, some statistics came out which highlighted that our country is facing serious challenges of malnutrition. Actually, we are facing what we call triple burden challenges of malnutrition. Among children, we are having stunting, wasting, and underweight. When we go to the adult population, we are having challenges of obesity and overweight. Then we also have the third element on micronutrient deficiency. So there has been a lot of requests on financing from the a study. We did a study which is called the Cost of Hunger in Africa, Kenya study. I believe it was also undertaken in other countries. So when we did the social and economic impacts of malnutrition in Kenya, using the 2014 data, we found that government was losing about 378 billion Kenya shillings due to inadequacy in addressing challenges of malnutrition. And one of our colleagues was joking that 378 billion is equivalent to the money that the government was disbursing to 47 county governments it was also equivalent to the cost of building SGR, Standard Rail Gauge from Mombasa all the way to Nairobi. And that was trying to highlight the important element of undernutrition in our country. So out of that particular study, which is available online, you can access it, government has now worked towards increasing financing for nutrition and especially health sector. This year, they were given more, 10 billion more, 138 billion Kenya shillings from around 127 billion. That was as a result of the intervention which we undertook during the Cost of Hunger Kenya study. So that is one element. The other aspect I would highlight is, for example, for those of us who have been living in Kenya, recently there was an entity called WorldCoin, which came into our country, and they were trying to enroll the youth on matters of cryptocurrency, virtual assets. And if you may recall correctly, there was an agitation a few days later to the extent that Parliament had to meet and form an ad hoc committee to address issues of WorldCoin. Why did they come? And why is it that we had more than 300 youth lining up? They are not electing anybody, but lining up to be registered to have a hot wallet for cryptocurrency. So out of that public outcry, people started saying, perhaps this is witchcraft. When somebody scans you are Irish, then when you sleep and you start seeing other things which you should not be seeing at night, then people were saying this could be witchcraft. But the government stepped in, formed the ad hoc committee, and Treasury was directed to form an interagency team to come up with the National Virtual Asset and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. The policy had already been approved by Cabinet, and the bill is currently in Parliament. So that is one element I would talk about, evidence-based policy. Now, there are some policies that we have to agree that they can emanate from the executive, because the executive, the political wing of the government, may come up with a policy. And just to say, a policy is what government decides to do or not to do. That's the simplest definition.
Yes.
What government decides to do today or what they decide not to do. For example, government may say, from today henceforth, we are going to do ABC, which might not sit well with the members of the public. And it may not necessarily be based on evidence. It is an executive order, and it may inform some policies which may work for or may work against the public. So those are my contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Executive orders are not based on policy or evidence. Thank you so much. Let's go to Zambia. Kennedy, in health, I just want to clear that question, then we go. Is there an instance where decisions have been made, arrived at without evidence in UHC in Zambia? Or all of them are evidence informed?
Well, I can speak to the decisions that have been evidence-based.
Yes.
So, for example, the introduction of the national health insurance in Zambia. So remember, there were three challenges that we had. So the first challenge was the increase in the out-of-pocket expenditure for healthcare. Because remember, the definition of universal health coverage, as we know it, is really to have, all the citizens, covered. They're able to access basic healthcare when they need it without those challenges. So out-of-pocket expenditure was very high. Secondly, there were very few people who were covered, on the private health insurance schemes. Mostly we are talking about those in the formal sector, and the have-nots who did not even have any scheme were left behind. And finally, there was a high dependency on donor support. Remember, around 2014 or so, we were sitting around close to 50% of the budget. Again, we know that that is not sustainable, as we have seen now what is happening. for example, with the USAID. So those three compelling points led to evidence creation. Firstly, in country. Of course, there were studies that were done. For example, in 2014, Ministry of Health undertook a study together with the WHO where they looked at the possibility of healthcare financing, a national healthcare financing. Again, this is in line with WHO standards to push for universal health coverage. And the major issue that pushed this is what we called the National Health Care Funding Strategy. That really highlighted the gap. So with that information, what was left was just drafting the policy and moving forward. So what I would like to state now is that with that, we know that we have a very, very good coverage. Of course, there was a lot of learnings from those that went ahead, Rwanda, Ghana especially, and of course, partly Kenya. So there are a lot of challenges that are happening, but one of the key issues that I can highlight here, and I think Kenya has gone through this, is, for example, lack of political will to take certain decisive decisions. For example, we have realized that there are challenges with the fund, but we are not taking strategic or decisive decisions to correct those already identified issues. For example, if the collections are not enough compared to the disbursement, obviously the fund cannot survive. And we have provided solutions. I think our team lead here, Amos, and others have led teams to Parliament and so on to propose, ways in which to resolve these issues. Because now people have appreciated that the health coverage, especially equity, has increased from both the rural and urban areas, the underserved areas. But the challenge is that the fund itself is at risk of sinking. So I thought I could highlight that because it directly speaks to universal health coverage, and it is one which would be told as a very, very successful story in Zambia if corrective measures are taken quickly.
Thank you so much. And Agatha, I want to come to you from the private sector and from the agriculture. We know that policy making is a preserve of the government, which is public. But I want to ask you, how do we ensure that we have a culture of evidence-informed policy making in your field, which is agriculture, and how can the private sector be part of that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe because we have representation from other countries, yes. Agriculture is very key. It's very central in Kenya because it contributes 22% to the GDP. And it is also, again, employing more than 70% of the rural communities and 40% of the Kenyan population. And therefore, we consider the agriculture sector so very important. And we have the same challenges. I'll tell you, we have the same challenges in policy making. A lot of policy instruments in the sector are not evidence-based. And I think because a lot of you are farmers, you have seen this, right from the fertilizer subsidy programs that are implemented by government, crowding of the private sector. Government is doing what the private sector should be doing. I think these are policy issues that are working negatively towards creation of jobs and transforming the sector. So there is quite a lot. We also have like the agriculture produces and market levies, so that, for example, if you are buying maize from one region and the maize has to be milled in another place, through the counties, you can imagine for those that are from Kenya, if you are buying maize from Uganda and it is being milled in Mombasa here, and you have to pay cess through. So at the end of the day, leading to a lot of uncompetitiveness. So coming to your question, first of all, it's very important that the stakeholders, it's very important that the stakeholders are involved in generating evidence and informing policies as they are being developed. Let me give an example of what we have strived to do as members of the private sector. First of all, it is to encourage dialogue platforms with the public agencies. We normally have engagements, very regular engagements at the levels of the CS and PS. But once in a while, we also have what we call presidential roundtables. Sometimes the government will listen, but sometimes the government will also not listen. But I believe that it is important that we speak to each other, the private sector and also the public sector, because at the end of the day, we are one country, and we need to to ensure that our products move. We have a huge market within the African continent under the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, but we also have a lot of other markets outside there, and we need to work together to be able to penetrate all those markets. So PPDs are very important, public-private dialogues. I think the other one is the importance of us, working with the data, collecting data that is accurate, data that can actually inform processes. And not just by government, but the private sector also needs to be proactive in data collection. I think that is very, very important. The other thing that is also very important, and I know that we have a law that is, we don't have a very clear law on what we call public participation, because for policies to move in Kenya, public participation is a prerequisite. But I think our law on public participation is not very clear. And that is where you find, for example, the members of parliament who say, we've engaged the public, but they have not effectively engaged the public or effectively engaged the actors that are important in processes. And I think PPP is public-private participation is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Agatha. On the law, we'll engage the government, that's fine. Let's go to Christine at the university. Christine had alluded that there is wasted evidence. How do we ensure that we do not have that scenario, that we have a culture of evidence-informed decision-making even in the universities?
Thank you very much, moderator. For us to ensure that we actually curb on wasted evidence, we need to promote a culture of collaborative partnerships. What does this mean? For instance, we have heard in research that in the universities, that when you are doing your citations, your references, your supervisor will insist on you doing the very current research. And then you ask yourself, what happened to the research that is pertinent in this issue that happened 5 years ago? It means that whatever happened earlier would go to waste. But if we say that we are opening up our knowledge hubs to everyone, then someone else who has an interest in this particular subject area, but does not necessarily, is maybe affected in what you're doing, but does not do what you do, then they would be able to get to know what has been done and how it can be of help. For instance, if an architect wants to maybe bring up a building, a hospital for those people working with UHC, they would want to work with this doctor. In essence, when you see the architect and the doctor, for a layman, they might not really relate well. But then when we are partnering, these people who are maybe the civil society who knows what is on ground, the academia who knows what is best, and they also have the knowledge in their minds, like professors in the house, they will bring this knowledge together. And also, when a librarian who is often interacting with this particular information cascades the information, or for that matter, they maybe summarize, put summaries together, the abstracts of this, and then shares with policies. Institutions of education, they have offices. And if this particular abstract would reach the intended office, then we find that it would be easier for the evidence to reach policy. The truth of the matter is, in essence, evidence-based policies are what is good for us. But then, does it happen? Number one, yes, it happens. For example, in research and library science, they advocated for open sharing of public-funded research. And then this now, we can say it informed the national open access policy on the same. What has happened to this? It has led to the upcoming of open access institutional repositories in institutions of higher learning. And these, whoever is interested in accessing this, the same would be able to access. Number two, I can say that yes, partnerships are good. And for instance, the COVID-19 case that happened just to us and brought down almost everything, research made sure that businesses are operational by giving out their scenarios and suggestions on how maybe education can happen, which brought up about the e-learning in institutions of higher learning. And it also brought about a lot of marketing, online marketing, which did not necessitate face-to-face interactions. So with the two scenarios, it is true, it happens, evidence informs policy, but then I could say it also does not. Why do I say so? And it's a waste. When I, as a librarian now for that particular aspect, we know very well the strength of the library, the strength of knowledge, and in this case, research and evidence. We know it has power to change everything. Evidence has power to change the public opinion, and in most cases, evidence is being managed in our libraries. Evidence is also being created in our libraries. So if the libraries are not funded, and this is a problem by institutions, let me say university, I don't want to say my own university, but I've done some research, and a lot of universities, you know, I don't want to be quoted because I'm not giving anyone's name and anyone's year. You know, we are told that for you to say bread is sweet, you must say bread is sweet by who? You don't just say this bread is so sweet, I've eaten it. No, you must say it's by whom. So I don't want to be quoted badly. But the truth is, funding libraries and academic libraries is an issue. So when we want even to propagate evidence in the many, many ways, like in the innovative ways we maybe would want to, we are constrained.
Thank you.
Then I can say that it is not, some of the policies are not informed, but then they will rely on, you are told, availability of funds or even other issues that are better or urgent than that.
Thank you so much, Christine, for that. Before I go to Dr. Eliud, I want to, on public participation law, I want to come to President. When you started, you mentioned evidence-based and evidence-informed. I've listened to the discussion. Most of your panelists are talking about evidence-based. and they are really pro it. Would you be able to talk to us about the two, where the demarcation is, and bring the Utafiti Sera house into it, and its role on enhancing evidence-informed decision-making? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim. Allow me, first of all, to make this statement. Actually, I was tracking my co-panelists speaking, and they have raised some very interesting, very fundamental issues that we need to grasp. And I like what is coming through. The reason, Jim, why we speak about evidence-informed over and above evidence-based is because any given piece of evidence in itself is not an end to itself. Evidence is not absolute. I am bringing this to make this suggestion that evidence exists in a continuum, so that scientific evidence is really, really good because it is grounded in certain specific scientific protocols, and it is reproducible everywhere. But then again, over and above that scientific evidence, there are other layers of evidence that might also be helpful, that might not necessarily be captured by scientific evidence, or they might be captured by the scientific evidence, but typically when we hear about it, we could very easily dismiss it. When my brother from the National Treasury mentioned about the cryptocurrency, about that, the WorldCoin thing, it became a big thing in our country, right?
Yes.
But when it did, there were concerns that the youth were being conned. There were concerns that there was, issues of organ trafficking and such like things. But when the youth said that when they sleep, they see things, we laughed and dismissed that these people did not say things, so we started thinking that they were actually the problem. But did they say things? How can we know that if we do not go back to them, to ask them, with competent people to engage with them so that they say exactly what they saw? In Kenya, for instance, in the affordable housing program, which is rolled out in our country, a wonderful project, which is informed by evidence, numbers about people not having adequate housing, urban areas having a housing crisis, right? But the houses have been built 1, 2, 3 years, and you go to some of these sites where the affordable housing units are being built, and they are not occupied. The uptake is low. So what is wrong? Was the evidence wrong in the first place? Absolutely not. The evidence that said we need 200,000 housing units per year is absolutely correct. But beneath those numbers of the housing that we need are other realities that communities have come up and said, you needed to think about this before you built these houses. For instance, I have recently presented a paper, and I think I may have alluded it in our last House meeting, that in affordable housing, when especially the units that are built closest to the slums, the government has built very nice high-rise apartments that the government calls studio housing. This studio housing is what we call in local parlance bed-sitters. But so that we sweeten that whole idea of affordable housing, the government calls them studio apartments. Sounds fantastic. Nice brick houses, very good finishing, but it's a single room, all right, that has a toilet inside. Now, the problem is, the person who is being brought to live in this single room is a person who was living in a slum before. The name of the slum, Mukuru slum, or Madare slums, all right? This person who is living in this slum was living in a unit that was adjoined by another unit of, we call them mabati. What's mabati in English?
Iron sheet.
Iron sheets. So these are iron sheet buildings, corrugated, usually used because they don't build the slums with the new ones. And the environment, of course, what we learn in theory and in practice is that slums are dirty, they are the sanitation problems in slums, etc., etc. So the person who is living in this slum has to live through all this. But in this slum, he has a unit where he and his wife and younger children live. He has another adjoining unit of probably one room where his daughter who has a child lives. There is another adjoining unit where they collect a rent of 500 shillings, all right? That is a reality that has been established on the ground. So now, you take this person and you tell him that you have given him affordable housing. We call it now social housing, a studio apartment on the 5th floor of an affordable housing complex. And then this person refuses to go there. Then we start blaming them, telling them that, look, you people do not want to appreciate what the government is doing for you. Okay? The evidence to build that house was there, but there were other layers of evidence that we needed to interrogate first before we built these houses. And so this is the reason why I am positing that evidence needs to be, development needs to be evidence informed, because we have to unravel all these layers of evidence. Let me give one last example. We have built massive infrastructures in the city. For our colleagues coming from TZ, Zambia, Nigeria, you may have seen that Kenya has in the recent years invested in massive infrastructure projects, especially in Nairobi City. You may have seen the Thika Superhighway, you may have seen the expressway, the SGR. These are mega infrastructures. In any given context, you pick them from here and you take them to Europe, they are massive infrastructure projects. But Thika Road, in all its glory, disrupted communities very badly. Whereas we are able to move 1.2, 1.5 million people every day along this particular road, yet there are communities who live along this road who cannot eat supper together anymore, all right? There were people who are having kiosks along the road, kiosks which were broken, and the construction of the road, which was made in such a way that the passing traffic is not able to interact with these informal traders on the highway. Those were livelihoods which were disrupted. And this has happened. So the question is, was building Thika Road bad? No, it was not, because it was informed by evidence. But how should it have been informed? Additional layers of evidence needed to have been interrogated. Many examples, but I think I'll stop there, Jim.
Thank you so much for expounding on evidence informed. I want to go to Dr. Eliud on the public participation. Having been in the policy process for over 25 years, first, as Kenya, do we have a public policy law or participation law that guides how citizens can participate in the policy-making process? If yes, do you trust the quality of participation there? And can it enhance evidence-informed policy-making?
Okay, quite a couple. I'll attempt. I think the first mistake we did is to start with a law. The law is, we currently have a law on public participation before a policy. The standard is you start with a policy, then you do a law.
Yes.
Now, the mistake we did, we started with a law, then a policy came later. And I think a few months ago, I had a big quarrel with our colleagues at the Office of the Attorney General, because they are the ones who coordinated the preparation of the policy. Why did I have a quarrel with them? It's because when you look at the challenges that we are facing in the area of public policy, even though they drafted a policy and it went through, we were not involved. You remember I told you we are not a clearinghouse. What happened is the policy is already there, but it's not solving those problems. One of the problems is threshold. When do you say public participation has been properly done? Yes. That policy does not define that. And yet these are some of the challenges that we are confronting as a country. We have seen many policies drafted, citizens rush to court, and they are thrown out. Why? Because we have, as much as we have public participation in the Constitution. We have a law, policy. But I can also inform you that right now, I think the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs are working on what is called stakeholder engagement framework. And you see all these things, we are scratching the surface because stakeholder engagement is part of public participation. So we needed to have everything in one policy because every stakeholder is a member of the public. So if you're engaging any stakeholder, they are into that public participation thing. So we have frameworks, but I've told you some of the gaps we still have. But the reason why I say we still have, you know, it is sad that you can have a framework or you have a policy or you have a law, but you are still facing challenges. And I think you have seen even more recently housing levy. Was it the housing levy? You saw what happened? And so forth. So as much as we have that, I think we also have, I know we are talking about evidence-informed policy-making culture. But as a country, we also have a bad culture. That, you see, even people who understand how public participation should be done, because I know we have worked with stakeholders, they don't do it. They do it just to rubber stamp and say we did public participation. For instance, the expectation when you have done a public participation is that number one is documentation. You document what is happening. When you're inviting people, have all those letters. When they come to an event like here, have a registration like you have, who attended, where do they come from, what is their contact, and so forth. When they are discussing that policy and they give their comments, take all those comments, including those you think are useless, so all of them are minuted, and then when you go back to office, you have to integrate those comments in the draft, so that the draft that you have after that must reflect the issues that were picked. But it doesn't happen like that. The draft that went into the stakeholder engagement forum or a public participation event is the same one you get after the event, and it moves on and it's approved. So stakeholders come and say no. But when we had a public participation somewhere, we raised this issue and we are seeing it was not taken into account. But you see, we have the courts. Yes. So they rush to court. And what do the courts do? And I like what Dennis said about evidence in court, because that's where we have borrowed that into policy. When you go to court and you want to have a tight case, you provide good evidence. If you have no good evidence, your case collapses. And people who know that, when you want to make sure you win a case, you talk to the prosecutor, because the prosecutor is the one who goes to dig the evidence. So you kill it at the prosecutor's place, and when it comes to court, there's no evidence, it is thrown. Now, so when it comes to policy, it's the same. I know we are struggling with what is evidence and what is good evidence, but you can even see lawyers know what is good evidence, because they have a threshold. The magistrate has a threshold of the evidence you need to sustain a case. If it is not maintained, it is not evidence, and you lose a case. So when it comes to policy, we don't apply lesser rules. Evidence must be evidence. There's a threshold. And you remember we are talking about research. What is research? Research is two words, re and search. What are you searching? You are searching for knowledge. Where are you getting that knowledge, and how are you getting that knowledge? That knowledge is got by using standard principles. Where are those principles? In science.
Thank you.
So I think I'll pause there because
Yes.
I see maybe time is running. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to come back to you now, and I want to give it to the houses to respond. Then I'll come to Olila to finish on whether they do budget processes and public participation is just rubber stamp or it is real. I want to invite any question from the house or any comment. I've seen, wow, Elijah, could you assist me with the mic? I thought Sam would be the first to speak, but let's give it to Yes. Bosco.
Thank you. Well, I think it's for everyone, eh?
Yes.
There is science and there is observation. Should we stick to science as the source of evidence and then say observation is useless, does not give us any new knowledge or any evidence? I think the panelists seem to agree that science, backed with data and everything, gives us that. Yes. So in that case, observation is useless then. So I want to hear more on that. And then how do we marry the two to inform that, evidence? Because there is evidence to inform that policy or any strategic move by the government. Then second, someone from the government, we usually see government enjoying its own evidence and actually supporting it and even throwing it to us to accept. And that comes as, the justification for the, lavish policies that sometimes don't even consider the evidence of the mwananchi, the voice of the citizen. At what point does the government open to, let me call it, external or the third-party evidence to inform its policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go to, okay, Irene, then Misigo.
Yes,
Wow.
I think I also wanted to add some little voice about the question of scientific rigor informing the credibility of evidence. And I'm already thinking about the participatory methods of collecting information. And at what point do we justify that certain information is evidence and certain information is not evidence? Because I agree that we can collect information from the community in a not scientific way, but later on we can synthesize information in a scientific method so that we can come out with certain information. But before that information is synthesized in a scientific method, do we then dismiss it and not call it evidence? I think the other aspect that I wanted to make a comment on was I appreciate what Thuo has indicated about, I think it's the Zambian team, about the question of the extent to which evidence is used to inform policy, using the case that he indicated that, yes, the government identified that there was a gap in terms of access to health for the people. But then later on, there has been challenges during the implementation of the insurance program. But now the problem that the government is facing is it's not using the evidence again to make changes to the program. So to what extent do we influence the continuous uptake of evidence to inform the change in policy and appreciate policy as a life, I think that is alive.
Thank you. Let's go to Misigo.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, presenters, for the wonderful presentation. Let me say something at the expense of my professor beating me. I wanted to ask, in that scientific-based evidence, what is the role of history? I'm a historian myself. In the history, the history of a people will determine the uptake of that policy. So how are we using history to come up with these evidence-based policies? Let me give an example. Where I come from, Amaluya. Where I come from, for example, in Vihiga County, you see, the governor just declares municipalities. I think Professor knows. Now, in municipalities, you are told you cannot bury people in your compound, isn't it? You say, they have not taken into consideration our history that you must be buried in your compound. So where is history here? I'm looking for a job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Rose Olo. I also work for the government, Kenya National Highways Authority, and I have two issues. And again, that one mostly on evidence. I work in the sector where, can I say experience, which mostly it's not documented. If you want to talk about the scientific evidence, which must always be documented. And mainly when you work with people who can decide to judge you, to be a small court and judge you, just simply because you have not taken care of your experiences in processing new, for example, new projects. And that's why we are very keen on evidence-informed as opposed to evidence-based programming. And we've seen circumstances where if you do not take care of some of the experiences you've had, which is not documented, some of it, you end up losing millions of money, basically. You lose millions of money. The Kenya government, for example, has not been compensating people on the road reserve. But let me tell you, you will not move. Mombasa here, we were stuck in Mombasa, kwa Jomvu. We could not move until Treasury had to release money. We are stuck in Mombasa, Mtwapa. People are on the road reserve. And if we look at what we initially had, for example, the laws that were based on those evidence, long time, we're not moving and the country is losing basically. And decisions had to be made to be able to help us move because at the end of the day we are losing. So must evidence really be documented? Must it be scientific? Because for me, I think if that experience itself is able to tell you and looking at the dispensation and where people are, that there are other aspects of evidence which we need to take from the people. The other thing again is that in the sector I am in, the historical events, sometimes they're not documented, and it is evidence in itself, and it may not be scientific. For example, I come to do a road, I don't know where the water goes to. So I have to talk to people to let me know where water channels and gets its way to. It is not documented anywhere. So the drainage expert must work with people to get that information so that at least they can be able to do what? Acquire that space to allow water to go so that we have peaceful coexistence between the community and the project so that the entire benefit of that project is the community is able to have it. So I'm still stuck there when you say evidence is scientific and which it must be documented. And again, I'm in an environment where I know there are a lot of biases and manipulation of data to get what you want. We know what happened to Kenfia, why Kenfia could not be released for quite some time, because we were not excited about the HIV prevalence rates that was very low, which meant that some organizations were to go out, basically. So in that work environment, and also we know who is this who's financing some of these researches and what is the agenda at the end of the day. So those are the things that we have at the back. And the real evidence is the people on the ground with the uptake. And if you have to have, what is it called? If you want to have successful projects where you end up getting the desired impact, it goes back to the people. They're the best to be able to pick that from. The other thing, again, I want to speak about is the stakeholder engagement.
Summarize, Rose.
We normally focus on the means of verification. For me, if you focus on the means of verification, you lose it. You will find yourself going back to square one. You will go in courts. You will be held back. I think there has to be elements of meaningful engagement, and with who. And whatever that comes out, people are continuously involved. So whenever you're in court, you ask yourself, was this engagement meaningful? That's question number one. So meaningful will ask you, what was it to engage in? Who are you to engage with? And what were the areas of the engagement? And what was agreed? And how did you finally complete it? So that is the experience I've had, basically. And if you don't have that, we go back to square one. And we have a case examples where we've gone back to square one.
Thank you, Rose.
One last one, Jim, then we could, okay.
Yes.
2,
no.
3.
Wow. Let's. Can they ask in 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, then we come back here?
Well, I'll try.
Yes.
So I just wanted to just buttress on what Kennedy was talking about,
Yes.
about how, especially for us who are involved in health, we need to make sure that all the decisions are evidence-informed. When you are dealing with health, you are dealing with people's lives. And then we're talking about history and things like that. Now, when you're telling women, don't deliver from home, from time immemorial, your grandmother is the one that delivers you. But then now we find a situation where we are losing women and children. So for us, especially for Zambia, we have a very big burden. And we are talking about issues of, right now, Zambia is the second highest with the burden of cervical cancer. We have an aggressive campaign on HPV, and you have people who are saying, you are injecting our children so that they don't have children anymore. So you see the challenge that we have. Yes. Yeah, so we need a lot of research, so we'll probably need your help as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to talk about what they are saying about people's participation. The problem is, I don't know how I can explain, but people participation, they are considering as a formality. So that will affect researcher, especially when you are going to explain these people what you are doing. So those people who are participating, they feel that their voice are not going well. They are not going well. It's just a formality, which in most cases is working like that. So they feel like discouraged because they are just there. Of course, they are participating, but their voice are not considered. So they feel that you are here, I'm talking, I'm giving my idea, but my idea is here, it's not going anywhere. So that is a problem which policymakers should consider, and even researchers, they are suffering in that way because you can't keep telling a person without a result. That's a problem. Another thing, what we're saying, if you want to treat a problem, you just have to see a background. If you see these people who are treating people who have mental issues, they would start them from their date of birth, from there and go up. So if you want to know the problem, if you want to treat any issues, you have to take a background of a person. So if you don't consider, as I was saying, that some of idea of people are nonsense. I don't think it is nonsense, actually. I'm very sorry. But it is nonsense. You can feel like it's nonsense, but if you go in deep, it will come up a good result and observation. That's my idea. Thank you.
Two more, so that I'll make a comment after him. Huh?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I wanted to give you an example of from the research that we've been doing at International Potato Center. We have developed what we call the orange flesh sweet potato, and I know I'm happy that many of our participants here have also talked about the issue of potatoes. So we've been able to adapt this into these interventions into the national plans and actions because of the impact or because of the evidence which we showed in terms of reducing vitamin A deficiency among women and children. And currently through the CADAP, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, which is a continental commitment, we know that all countries, they have, the heads of state have committed to a number of commitments. And one of the indicators there is on biofortification. And at SIP, we are the ones who are really providing evidence on the importance of, or tracking the country's achievement towards this biofortification. The other thing which I wanted to mention is that in all this debate that we are talking about, we have the issue of data. But if you look within our countries, because sometimes we have had a chance to interrogate the data, the same data points from different countries, is the fragmented evidence. For example, if you go to the Ministry of maybe Agriculture, they will give you a different figure of animal population. If you go to the another maybe local organizations, they have also done their figure on the population of animals. So what we need is to have a coherence in terms of data, and particularly metadata. That is something that we can work with. People in the Ministry of maybe Roads, Health, they can have some specific metadata points which they can make sure that they are coherent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jimas, the person who was passing the mic.
Just 1 second, yes.
No, give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
No,
Please.
I come from a community that have got some kind of people, and I think the people who can relate, and my elders, some of my elders are here. We've got someone called Jandagla. We've got someone called Jajuok, who is a night runner. Jandagla is basically a witch.
Okay.
Then we've got Jajuok, a night runner. Jabilo. Jabilo is someone who will use traditional medicine to treat.
Yes.
Now, the country was at a crossroad. When you went to the judiciary, there were a lot of court files, and most of these matters were in the Land and Environment Division. Then there was a question that the courts are overwhelmed. We hired more judges. We've created divisions. But why are we having people still using the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms? Why are we having people going to Jobelo? Why are we having them going to Jondagla? Why are we having them going to Jajuok to solve some of their issues, so that when you put CCTV in your home gym, you'll see someone dancing at night? This pattern gave birth to a policy. Which policy did it give birth to? It gave birth to alternative justice systems policy that created a referral pathway in which the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, where if there was a problem, and Jandagla will be a bad person, Jabilo will be someone who treats, and we've got these traditional dispute resolution committees in the village. The policy created a platform in which these village committees, which people used to call kangaroo courts, can now be listened to by the formal justice system, and they appear before judges and magistrates. And their evidence, based on the system of life, are being used to determine a decision. Sally here, and I know he is looking at the other end, they have just unlocked a 40-year-old case in Subukia that has been in the courts for the last 40 years that was waiting for the material evidence. And what did the judge do? The judge told the county surveyor that can the county surveyor, you and Pamoja Trust, go and meet with the elders and the two parties and talk. And after you've talked, can you bring for me your report? The judge did not ask, how did you obtain your evidence based on the Evidence Act? The judge did not ask that, where was your affidavit? The judge asked, what has been the practice of dispute resolution in Subukia? And he was told, they are elders. And then what did the policy do? The policy created a framework in which the informal speaks to the formal. So what is the judge going to do? The judge adopts the decision of the committee, and it becomes an order of court. When it becomes an order, what happens? If you go against it, then you can be cited for contempt. So, colleagues, evidence is not primarily numerical.
Yes.
But it can be triangulated. For instance, now we can go back and ask the Subukia community, Sally, that how many of you are happy with the process? What do you think? 60% of us are happy. So what do you think we can do to better it? Next time we should allow more youths to speak. Next time, and then we better the system.
Thank you.
Jim, I can speak about this after tomorrow, and I think this is something that the House has debated for a long time, and I hope that the policy culture debate will also bring it forth, because it's our live. Another one is even the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Program, the urban gentrification. We thought that when we give people certificate of titles, then we will give them security of tenure. What have we done? Urban gentrification. Because of market forces. Where, because I've got limited resources, and Ross is, more money, but it comes by. But evidence was suggesting that we've got 70% living in informal settlement.
Yes.
So we need to give them titles so that then they are able to trade with the market. But the market became brutal.
Thank you, Sam. That is well. Yes. I want to come to you. Try and respond to any question that you would want as you give your closing remarks. We are really running out of time. We only have less than 10 minutes we go. So as you give your closing remarks, answer any question that you feel comfortable with. I will start. Let me start with the government.
Thank you very much for those nice insights in terms of comments and questions. I was asked first to deal with the issue of public participation in budget making. Public participation is embedded within the Constitution, Article 10, within the Statutory Instruments Act. So these are already provided for in our laws. And there is no debate as to whether to do or not to do. Actually, the law requires that you undertake serious public participation. Over time, since the promulgation of the Constitution 2010, we are now in 2025. We've never had a legal framework on public participation. But if you go online, you'll get a draft bill on public participation, which has been developed by the Office of the Attorney General. I also feel that there is still need for more public participation into that bill, because it's a very skeleton bill, that we can still add more input on what needs to be done. Now, there was a question on science vis-a-vis observation. And this is very critical. If you recall, during my first statement, I talked about evidence being driven by data, being driven by science, and being driven by expert opinion. In my view, expert opinion covers matters of observation. For example, if an old man tells you that that hill is not good from 6 p.m., that old man may have experienced something in history that tells people don't pass through that hill from 6 p.m. But again, there is an element which I've learned today about picking up all the pieces, that evidence-based policy is not just a matter of one bullet kills all. There are some elements that need to be considered. For instance, the story goes that in a village, women used to go to bring water 3 kilometers away from the village. Then a development partner came in and observed the challenges that women are facing, and they said, there is a big water problem in this village. So what we can do, let us have boreholes, wells, for these women to be getting water near their homestead. But it was realized that even after the boreholes were dug, women were still walking those long distances to go to the river to fetch water. Later on, it was discovered that they were not only going to bring water. It was a place for gathering and sharing the village news. So women loved to meet there to share village news. Who gave birth recently? What is happening in that homestead? So it was a very good gathering place for information sharing. So again, we need to look at the nitty-gritties of evidence so that we firm it up. That is just something I wanted to share. Then I will answer the second one before I leave my fellow panelists to continue. Somebody talked about there are some instances where government comes up with a policy and they say we have done public participation and wananchi are okay with this particular policy. It has happened in Kenya, isn't it? Maybe I will not mention which one, but if I was to ask the team, which policies in the recent past have you felt that this one is not going well with the public? Any person? Yes? Somebody talking about the housing levy. I'm not the one saying. They are talking about the housing levy. They are talking about the health insurance. Which one again? We can mention all of them. We have evidence that some of the policies that government may come up with may not be for wananchi. Because wananchi, what they need good health, they need good housing, and also they need good education, isn't it? So how you do it as a government is none of their business. That's why sometimes they agitate and they say, this one is not what we require. My parting shot in terms of the conversation we've had today, first and foremost, I want to thank PASGA for convening this important meeting. We need to have meetings with the policymakers. If you look at the model of agricultural extension, how it works, we have lecturers or researchers in the universities doing a lot of research. Then we have somebody called an extension officer whose work is to disseminate knowledge to farmers. The third element is the farmers. So if you are to draw 3 ovals, then you will have in between, where we have the link between the farmer, we have the research, and we have the extension officer. So we need to work towards that level to the extent that we understand what this Utafiti Sera model is doing. Do you know, when I was making a brief to my director, and when I said Utafiti model, then he wrote in the memo, can you come and tell me what this thing is all about? Yet he has worked in government for more than 20 years. So what am I saying? We need to be more visible. Let us be visible as members of the Utafiti and various houses, because there is also a problem of duplication of what we are doing. For example, me and my colleague here, we attended a meeting last week on Tuesday, and I was just telling him, I met you somewhere, she could not recall me. We met in a meeting where we are discussing AgriConnect Compact. And one of the interventions of that AgriConnect Compact is to promote youth employment in agriculture. Then today I met another guy called George. He was telling me he was the head of youth in Nairobi, a place called, how is it? There's a place. And I was asking him, how do we bring those people into this particular debate? Again, we need to be visible. Let us make more noise. And one time you call us on national TV or radio, then we'll start to make more noise and we'll be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eliud?
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I think Dennis has dealt with some of the issues that I needed to speak to. But I think there was a question about observation. Observation is a scientific approach to collecting data. So that one, there's no doubt about it. If we have done or we have an understanding of what research methods are, then we know that observation is one of the ways we collect data. And that data, we call it qualitative data, because we have 2 branches of data, quantitative and qualitative. So most of these questions that are questioning whether they are part of evidence or not, they are on the qualitative side. So we need to go to the school where we actually understand qualitative approaches to. Now, when you look at, and Prof, I know Prof is nodding because some of his students are letting him down. When we talk about history is a qualitative. The approach we use is called ethnography.
Yes.
In research methods. And you can use that to document your evidence. Key informant interviews. If you are a doctor and I'm doing a study on a medical area, and I sample you for information, you give me data. That knowledge you are giving me is key informant knowledge that I'm collecting. And it's an accepted practice in putting together evidence. So I don't know why we are running away from what is evidence to say evidence has other things. That is really evidence. And I said evidence is scientific. Research methods has a scientific way of collecting. All these questions about whether you are key informant, your experiences, and so forth, they are inside there. So I don't know why we have a problem with some of these approaches that are accepted, and they put together evidence we use. Now, I know there are many other approaches you can use to do. I think some of you who are good in qualitative data, you know about what we call participatory rural appraisal and so forth. Those are tools that are accepted to put together evidence, and we use them and so forth. So that should not be a question of, but I think one of the things that we I'm noting here is that I think as much as we are moving, and I know I am a practitioner, so I meet many people. Actually, one of the things which, and that is a big weakness, even when we sit here in big hotels and talk about public participation, many citizens don't understand what is their role in public participation. So they think it's just somebody giving you a few coins or taking a soda and a mandazi, and that is public participation. They actually have not understood that they actually need to get empowered, and one of the actors who needs to empower those people is Pascal. Because civil society, your major role is actually to build capacity of public, members of public, to participate in the policy process. Me and my colleague here, we are bureaucrats. We sit in the ivory towers.
Yes.
But when that thing comes down there, you are the guys who sit with people on the grassroots. And so you are supposed actually to build their capacity, to empower them, to understand public processes, to understand even evidence. So we need to get it very clear here that all these things that have been doubted, even in alternative dispute resolution, evidence, they ask for evidence. Those informal approaches to making decisions in the alternative dispute resolution. Okay, let me use a biblical example because all of us would know that. King Solomon, he has 2 women. They come claiming a child and they come before him. And another one accuses another one that this one slept on my baby and died. What did he do? Evidence right there. Now, so we cannot dispute. Even if we want to argue and argue and argue, I think it comes back to the same thing. That whether we are using an informal process or not, but the qualities of evidence will still stand out. And that there's good evidence, and there's also evidence that cannot exceed a threshold. So I think I've dealt with most of the issues I thought I need to deal with today.
Yes.
And mine is just to thank you for inviting us and engaging us, and I think going forward we'll be delighted to...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kennedy, in just 1 minute, less than, please, your parting shot.
Thank you very much. Yeah, especially that I only received one comment.
Yes.
Yeah, so my dear sister there talked about the aspect of the political aspect. So I'll just put it into context. So evidence, just before the implementation of the National Health Insurance in our country, was very clear. Because the 2 actuarial studies that were done actually made it clear that for you to have a successful program, you needed at least 4%, of the gross going towards the scheme. But what did the politicians do? They actually picked 1% from the employer and 1% from the, so that's already half, because it's minimum, so it's like you are setting yourself for failure just in the beginning. So that's a very, very important point. Now, furthermore, in the implementation, now it was made very, very clear. And further actual studies were done and recommendations given. But I'll give an example maybe to illustrate. So for the technocrats, you know, the professionals, I'll give a very good example. If I'm a surgeon, for example, and somebody comes with a boil, which is even infected, a surgeon would want to do a small incision and press a pus. That speeds up the healing. Within 2-3 days, you're okay. What the politicians might do is that instead of going for the procedure, they would want to give a painkiller and massage the boil. So what I'm trying to say is that in the short term, for example, you'll be looking at elections. If you have 6, 7, 8 months before an election, you might want to avoid taking tough decisions. And you might want to opt for maybe a grant. Yes, a grant will sort out the immediate problems because the healthcare providers will be paid and services will continue. But what about sustainability? So in conclusion, what I want to say is that it would be important to take those decisions in a timely manner because, for example, if that contribution is increased or you increase contribution from the informal sector who are actually consuming more than the other one, then it resolves the problem in the long run. So as I conclude, I want to agree with him because in all these programs, mostly we forget about the most important aspect, in this case, the citizen. Remember, we are doing this for the general members of the public. So they have to be aware of their rights. They have to know that healthcare is a right. And if you empower them with the knowledge, then they are going to demand. Then they are going to know even the importance of contributing, that it's not a punishment, but it is something that is helping them. It is something that is good for them.
Thank you, Kennedy. Let's go to Agatha, as you, just 1 minute parting shot, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And for me, I also want to thank Pascal. And just what was mentioned about extension. Some years back, we used to have a very good forum that was bringing together, for example, the extension officers, and the researchers, and the industry together. And I think this is something that perhaps we can continue building together so that we have feedback from both sides. Some very important information that has come from the floor. Indigenous evidence that is informed, and also evidence that is evidence-based information. But I think it is also important that we incorporate indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge, sometimes you go to some communities and it's very sustainable. It is something that has worked for communities. I don't know whether maybe we have professors here, they can guide on whether it falls under qualitative data. I am not a scientist, but I think it has worked in certain areas. I've seen it in the years that I've been in extension service, working, and it is not necessarily numerical. So I think my parting shot is that for the agriculture sector, I think we cannot afford to be static. Yes. The sector is very dynamic in terms of market, in terms of standards. Mr. Kirui will tell you compliance issues, and therefore we just have to use evidence-informed policy making processes.
Thank you, Agatha. Christine, please, don't go more than 1 minute, please, so that we finish.
For heaven's sake, don't see for me. Okay, thank you so much. What I can say is that evidence must actually be documented. We have seen that we have a lot of ways of gathering data or getting data for whatever we are doing, but we must get everything documented. Number two, I agree with her that we also need to incorporate the indigenous knowledge. When Sam, I think it was Sam, who was talking about Jajuok and Jajawat. Yes. If I want services of one, and then maybe this person has moved on or he has gone to another world, how would I then get to know what he was doing, or how I can get precedence for something that needs to be done? Yes, so it has to be documented in my view. Also, research must be credible. If we are talking about reproducibility, if it has to be reproduced, how should we not document it? So we cannot only just say that verbatim, we shall trust it. Yes, it was. He said this, he said that. But remember, information would change from him. He has told me this. And then when I am telling her, it will seem to be something different. As it reaches the intended user or the last person, this information would be very different. Lastly, what I can say is that we should embrace open knowledge. Why open knowledge? When we remove all barriers, and maybe PASGAR could help support a lot of research. I'm saying a lot because I know that PASGAR supports research. We remove the paywalls. Then this evidence that is being gathered would be able to reach every other person, because no one is saying, pay me for you to access this research. It is unfortunate that in academia, you would be in need of maybe a certain research done somewhere else, but then you cannot access this particular research because you must pay for it. And how many people can afford that? Actually, education is not cheap. When I have to do something for Tana River, for example, and then that person in Tana River County is the one who is supposed to consume the research. But then I am putting some disclaimer, I'm putting, let me say, a cost to this particular research. So you find that this research will not reach the intended user. And also, we need, this is from me, we need to translate this evidence. I think it was last week, there was this thing which was circulating on social media of an MCA, I think it was in Bomet, who could not construct a sentence in English. And he was beating himself so much, and he was told, please speak in Kiswahili. And even Kiswahili was not becoming. I wondered what was happening. So I am imagining that if we translated this evidence to the people that are supposed to do the policies, then it would benefit all of us.
Thank you.
And lastly, maybe we need to improve the infrastructure for sharing the particular knowledge. We were told by number one that he would be making Wi-Fi available for every person on every market. So maybe when it happens, then it can be good for all of us. Otherwise, thank you so much, Pascal, for having me today. It is my first time on this convening, and I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. President Komolo, please close for us. Less than a minute, please. I know you're president. Don't go beyond.
I thought you were going to say I should close with a word of prayer. But thank you once again for the engagements. I will not belabor to repeat what has already been spoken by other members. Thank you, Jim. I'm saying I will not belabor whatever has been spoken by the other members, but I just wish to say this, that there are multiple voices in here, and these multiple voices are good for engagement. And as you probably can already pick it, some from civil society approaches issues from a very pragmatic point of view. Some of us from government would probably also approach it from
conservative.
A bit of a conservative point of view, a bit defensively, so to speak, because of certain positions that we hold. But the bottom line is data is beyond numbers. Data is beyond what is documented. Data is beyond what you can stand on podiums like this and speak about. Data might be those things that you don't want to listen to. The dreams that young men are dreaming after their eyes have been scanned for cryptocurrency, that is also data. The thing that we have to understand, I think I'm developing a list on characteristics of data that we might need to agree upon. Data being quantitative, data being qualitative, but data has to be historical as well. Historical is not qualitative or quantitative. Historical is historical. Data is cultural, it's anthropological, not qualitative. You know, you will find the methods that a sociologist will use is different from the methods that an anthropologist will use. It's different from the methods that a historian will use. The other thing that we also have to understand, and I have said this before, is data exists in layers. So if you have peeled an onion, whatever you see still hides levels of evidence beneath it. So if you have stopped at layer number 2, please do not dismiss the existing layers that are beneath that layer that you have
Thank
seen.
you, thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. You can take your seat. Thank you so much for your time. Have you taken their photo, please? The cameraman, please. Thank you so much for that. They can sit or stand, please direct. They stand? Okay. Chris, is lunch ready? We are very late. Oh, Charles, come, please. Okay, we will now be breaking for lunch. I want to call Charles. Are you telling us where we are going to? Charles, you want photo?
Good afternoon. Yeah, the lunch is served on the other side at the pavilion, and please come and pick the lunch card. Thank you.
Let's try and do less than 1 hour, please. We are really bad. Let's try do 50 minutes max. We come back. Okay, we now want to go to our last session of today. And I want to call my colleague who is going to take us through this session, Madam Pauline Gimwa. Please, karibu, take over.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's better. So we're looking at innovative approaches to evidence use. Oops, yeah, it's repeating itself, but evidence use in policy making. Never mind the typo there. Apologies for that. So we have about an hour. Jim, is that right? Yeah. I want to start with that diagram, which is very much well known to most of us who've been with us for quite some time. This is a model that we started, the very original model was way back in 2025. We've continued to refine it, and it is still work in progress. And a lot of what we've been doing over the years, have been informed by this conceptualization. When we did that model, the landscape was slightly different. And we were reflecting as an organization, why were we established, what was our mandate? And we knew that our mandate was to sit at the nexus between research and evidence uptake. So I remember I was one of those people, well, not very directly, but I was always being drawn into that conversation around how do we become more effective in the kind of knowledge that we are producing together with our partners to have it find its way to the policy-making sector. Because we had been established to enhance research excellence for public policy and governance. So that dominated our thinking, and that is what we were able to conceptualize, and with the continuous implementation and feedback from the various houses, it has continued to be refined. And what we are now seeing is that, unlike at that time when the players were very few, the landscape is rapidly shifting. We have new actors, we have greater recognition. In fact, from the development partners, we have development partners who have been very interested in this whole issue of evidence-informed decision-making. I know Hewlett Foundation has been very active, and perhaps we have partners here who are also being funded by that foundation to do a lot of work around evidence-informed decision-making. And other funders are showing a lot of interest in seeing how evidence that is being generated find its way to the decision-making. And we've also seen more refined models that are coming out from continuous learning. So that is the landscape we are in. We are also seeing stuff that are emerging. Some we already know, but I just thought I should run you through what I'm seeing myself, what we are seeing at PASGA, and see to what extent you're able to resonate with it and how you're implementing it. Because after this, I would like us to get into group discussions to get deeper into what we are learning. So what we know, and it has come out very strongly this morning. I sat there, I was listening to some, I was listening to all of you, presenting your work, but also, importantly and very interesting, the panel that was here. A lot of information, a lot of insight, a lot of sharing was happening. But this is what we are seeing, that the policy making has remained pretty much a political process. I mean, I can't emphasize enough. We saw it. We saw it here this morning. There was a question that came out there from Professor Owocho, my good friend. he talked about the fact that we cannot ignore the politicians, and politicians actually need to be here. Why? Because as we heard, and as we know, policy making is pretty much a political process. And what we have been seeing, and I know it has happened in Zambia, Moses. I know we've been nurturing those relationships with our politicians. And to some extent, some of these are personal initiatives, but also institutional initiatives. I know Kabe has been trying to bring us a particular governor into the convenings. We've been trying to do that out of personal relationships, but also as organizations. We've been trying to do that. Why? Because when we nurture these relationships with the policymakers and the politicians, this plays a pivotal role in the success in the evidence use. And we have been leveraging the power of policy champions. We nurture these champions, and they bring us closer to these decision-making organs. So that is what we have continued to see. We've continued to understand that actually this process is pretty much a political process. We also seeing that narratives are being reframed. Narratives for evidence use are being reframed. We are having strategic alignment whereby the researchers are adopting innovative ways. So as researchers try to get the evidence out to the policy making, they are trying to see how do we align ourselves. And really this is why we are here today, to make reflections and see what are the innovative ways that we are using. Because we saw in the morning that it is not just a question of sitting and producing knowledge. The ecosystem is deeper than we know. I sat there and I was listening to the story of indigenous knowledge, and we carried that through over the lunchtime. We were trying to see what is the place of indigenous knowledge. It is that alignment to where knowledge comes from that we are starting to see. We're also realizing that in all this, that indeed uptake of evidence is not a short-term process. It is a process that is nurtured over a period of time. And we have seen in some of the houses and some of our own experiences that you start today, but you will not see the results. It's something that you keep on and keep on. When we started Kabe, I think Kabe was one of, the Yek house was one of our very first ones. We couldn't see beyond, but now look at what is happening. A lot of work is happening. We're able to bring in decision makers to take that evidence. So it is not a short-term process. It's something that builds up. It's a long-term process, and that is what we are seeing. It requires that kind of persistence and patience. Something else we're also trying to see, and I'm so happy it came out. It came out with, who was very vocal here, I can't remember, but young people and other interested public are now demanding to have a space, to get into the space, to be around that discussion as not just beneficiaries, but active knowledge producers and users of evidence. We've seen that in Kenya. A whole bill, finance bill, was brought down last year because the young people said we want to be in the table because our interests are not being captured. We have seen that in a process that we've been going on here in Kenya, and I believe in other places, about university financing that affects the young people. We've seen that in the agricultural sector. We've seen young people, not just in Kenya, throughout. We've studied, we completed a study last year across 7 countries, and we were focusing on young people. And the message was the same. Young people want to be brought to the table, not as beneficiaries, but as equal players. Now, the question then that comes about is, are they ready? Are they well equipped? Thus, the issue of capacity comes in. And that is something we are looking at. When we looked at that study last year, we were asking ourselves, yes, this is what they want, but do they have the capacity? Do they have the skills? So that is starting to emerge. Another thing that we are seeing is the whole issue of knowledge translation. I was very excited to see, for the first time, I saw an important player who has always been left out. I saw the librarians sitting here. Librarians are an important knowledge translators, and quite often we forget about them. I'm talking about that from a point of knowledge, because in my other life, I am a librarian. Some of you may not believe me. I can see some people don't believe that I'm a librarian, but I am a librarian. And I know what a librarian brings to the table. We don't have sufficient people who understand how to translate knowledge in Kenya. And that might be a contributor to the fact that even now, even after all the activities, that use of evidence is still limited. So I must commend Jim for bringing in our librarian. We need more of you. You are welcome. Bring your expertise and join the other knowledge translators into how we can translate knowledge for evidence use. Not that bulky, heavy, complex, complicated findings. Sometimes I look at Kipra's very wonderful information. I have to look for their policy briefs to understand, because it is dense. Fortunately, they produce very good policy briefs, but we need people who can come and translate that, the kind of evidence that we are producing. I'm almost finished with what I'm saying. The other thing that we are seeing is that rapid pace. The environment is very volatile. We saw that with COVID. COVID, decision makers wanted information immediately, isn't it? We saw last year, as our Gen Zs went to the streets, our politicians and our decision makers, was frantically looking at how can we deal with this problem. We have seen, we've just concluded a study on university financing. Last week, we were disseminating that finding. And we had principal secretary in the higher education, State Department for Higher Education. And one message she said is that we need evidence like now. We need evidence quick. We don't have time to wait. Yes, and we have seen that. We released our findings in May. Believe me, by this September, as universities were being reopened and new students were joining the universities, in Kenya, we have students starting their education with their loans and their upkeep and the tuition already sorted out. Because the ministry took our evidence and other evidence that was coming out. In a span of 3 months, they had already used that evidence. That is the environment we are in. Volatility, that agility of wanting to get that information very quickly to solve an emerging desperate need. So that is where we are in, and it requires rapid mechanisms for generating that evidence, for translating it for use. I won't talk about capacity building, because I have mentioned it about the young people, about ourselves, researchers. There's an interesting discussion. What evidence counts as evidence? Yes. So a lot of capacity building, capacity strengthening, and capacity sharing. I'm using those terms intentionally. Some of us come to the space when we don't have much. Others come to the space when we know our capacity needs to be strengthened. Others come to the space when we have so much knowledge to share. So I'm using those three intentionally, but that needs to happen. Finally, monitoring and learning. We are learning, and that is why we are here. We are learning that these models need to be monitored, and we need to pick what we are learning and use it to learn more. So this is something that we have seen. I bring back this conceptualization and ask ourselves, as PASGA, this is what we conceived 2015. Now it is 2025, 10 years later. Does it still hold? Do we need to revisit? What are we learning? Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are here. From the look of it, I see capacity aspect is missing. From the look of it, I see monitoring and evaluation is missing. So these are issues that we need to revisit and refine. And we need to do that wearing an innovation lens. So as we look forward, we need to ask ourselves, what are the innovative strategies, innovative approaches that we have been using to improve this model? In the session now, we are focusing, we are going to look at what we have been doing. What are those emerging, innovative approaches that we are using, that we are creating, that we can come back and refine this model? I have a set of questions. There are 4 of them, but these will not restrict our thinking. I want us to look at innovative questions or approaches around stakeholder engagement, around government value for evidence, around measuring, that is M&E, and around capacity. So this is how I want us to do it. We will cluster ourselves around the Utafiti Sera houses. I think there are 4 of them. So I can have the Pamoja Trust House where our ED is. Yes, please. So please come and use that table. I would want the Rwanda team to be where Christelle is. Please use that. I would like universal health coverage. Moses, please go to this table. Yeah. And then Kabe, you'll move to that table, the last table there. So Kabe team there. We have another team which I think is strong enough to constitute a group, the Policy Culture Study Team, joined by the academic and think tanks. Please be at that table. Those are 5 groups. We have we have government agencies. Please, government agencies, look around and see where you align yourself most. Okay? So we will have 5 groups. We have 30 minutes. We will then come back and report. So in your groups, kindly identify a chair and identify someone to take notes and present for us. So we have 30 minutes. We should come back at 15:39. Yes, we will look at all the questions. Yes, let's look at all the questions. We will keep them there so that you keep checking on them. So there are those 4 questions. Yeah. Any question? Are we clear? All of them. Why? Because we've been experiencing this. It's difficult to just say group 1, focus on one group, on one question. Let's look at all the questions. We have enough time. We have 30 minutes. Yeah. If there is any other innovative approaches that you are using, I am not restricting you. Please put it down. Okay? Yeah. I'll move around. My PASGA colleagues, please feel free to move around as well. Jim, please move around. Sam, where is Sam? Yeah. Constance as well, let's move around. strategy. We are no longer interested in the uptick. We are interested in what happens after that. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you. It's been a long session, but I think it's been very, very insightful. Thank you very much. I now welcome Jim.
Thank you so much, Pauline, for that. I think we are almost done. I just want to invite Sam to close for us this session, then we go for tea.
Thanks, Jim. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we give big hearty claps to the facilitator and the moderators of this session? Why are you looking at me when you're annoyed when people are actually clapping for Pauline? Can you clap for... some people are very tired. It means it was a very long session. Or it means we have really drained all the knowledge, the energy, and the evidence that were in your brain today. We have come to the close of today's sessions, and we want to really appreciate you for the energy, the commitment, and the level of discussions that we've seen. It's quality, not just quality, but it is quality that's more purified. I've hardly seen such kind of an engagement in many of the conferences that I attend. So I want to appreciate you. And so we want to do the Kenyan Nyayo clap. If you're not Kenyan, ask the neighbor how it is done. We want to clap for all our participants. All right? All the participants in the room. So we are going to count. 1, 2, 3, then you start. All right? So please, if you don't know how the Kenyan Nyayo clap is, just look at what people do and just do it without translation. All right? Haya, moja, mbili, tatu. Tena. Tena. Thank you. That one is only found in Nyayo. I've forgotten the other bit of funga na kufungua. One announcement. I know you all got what we call the logistical note, did you? That says that all your logistical costs to and from Mombasa will be taken care of. True or false? Yes. Is there anyone that might be having any logistical challenge that has been not resolved as of now? None. Number two, your logistical note was showing that you will be given some small token for dinner. True or false? Has it been given? What happened? Maybe you have not checked your phone very well, and these days, Kenya, we don't do, it's mobile money, eh? All right, so this dinner allowance will our